Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon, folks. Good afternoon, folks. It is I, Almantas, former Professor Current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely time here. You're gonna be old sip right there. I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely time at their homes and abodes and other locations. Uh, for my part, my most interesting moment that I have to relay to you since the last stream, which was only yesterday, was that I finished a book called Greek Lessons by Han Kang. Greek Lessons is a delight. Greek Lessons is amazing. Easily recommended. Easily recommended. I think, if anything, so Greek Lessons is by Han Kang, who recently, I believe last year, won the Nobel Literature Prize, the Nobel Prize in Literature, and I think that is, if anything, kind of underselling her. Right? That is, I think, kind of giving her. That is kind of giving a low sense of it. This is a writer who the Nobels should be lucky. The Nobels are lucky to have her. Oh, he just got started. I haven't even gotten in the hellos yet. I've literally just got started. You can't say girl. I'm not bothered. My masculinity is intact. My masculinity can survive that. But yes, apologies for the technical difficulties. Usually my situation is pretty smooth, but usually my situation is pretty smooth, but it's not perfectly smooth. It's not at all perfectly smooth. So these things occasionally happen. These things are just part of life, right? These things happen. But yes, I am trying. I don't think I am dead here. I am live. I am live. And so my plan for tonight was to I was going to play Terra Nil, was my default plan. If people really wanted to, I could play Helldivers 2. If there's some like really high enthusiasm for non-calm gaming. I personally find games like Helldivers 2 to be extremely calming at a personal level. I personally find them very relaxing. I like those kinds of games. I not only like co-op action games, I tend to find that they have a nice pacing for when I am not playing co-op as well. They have a pace that like fits my tone and mood very strongly. Not my tone and mood, my needs. What I'm looking for when I'm playing a game where I don't really care about story, when I care about just like burning some excess attention, I tend to find that games like Warframe and Helldivers actually hit a really nice point, even if I'm playing solo. I've mostly played those games solo, even though they are explicitly co-op games, and a lot of why I like them is that they're really good for hanging out with the homies. But if I want to spend the time, they tend to work really well for me in a way that a lot of other games that people use for the same purpose don't quite hit. Path of Exile, I feel like, is a little bit more narrow in how it works for me, and I can't really think of any single player games that do quite as good of a job of balancing my ADHD like that. like, I just don't really know too many games that really execute that super well. That are not. Like, it's a certain combination of action and repeatability and lack of consequence that works really well for my brain. I just genuinely... Like, I mean, I guess there's, like not even, like, Geometry Wars quite sits it. Brigador! Brigador is actually probably the closest. Brigador is pretty close on that one. Brigador is wonderful. Brigador's really good. Brigador would be terrible. God, Brigador co-op sounds like a very fun nightmare. It sounds like a real mess of a game that would be pretty delightful. Yeah, those kinds of games really work for my brain at a pretty good level. And if I'm playing single player games, I tend to really prefer very story heavy games. Very, very story heavy games. Mokes_001. Thank you for the follow. May as well start getting in hellos, I suppose. I tend to like to wait for 20 or so minutes, but hello to Almantas VT. Hello to Sari_bot. Hello to worm_on_a_str1ng. Hello, Quinn of Paper. Hello, Almont OS. Hello, L3SB14N_C4T. Hello, Ditigris. Hello, Sojiro Koi. Hello, Alexandra Luna 13. Hello, Mokes_001. Hello, of course, to the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Hello, hello, hello. But yes, I do kind of need a little bit of a break on my hand. Need to kind of alternate days where I do heavy amounts of hand use and days where I do only light to medium amounts of hand stuff. The biggest... Because it's still a little bit raw. It's still a little bit raw. And... Big sip. Still a bit raw. Still requires a little bit of thought. And... you know, there's always, it's always a thing, right? That's a kind of inevitable thing. But it's, and it might be a sleep thing, it might be a diet thing. My diet has been pretty carb heavy lately. A lot more bread and rice than I am strictly used to. Oh, hello, Tayamichi. Hello, Tayamichi. Thank you. Thank you for the 9 months. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. As ever, folks, this is a public access stream. It is supported by viewers like you, and it's made possible by your contributions and charity. Thank you so much for that. It keeps me full of bread, and it keeps my stomach full of bread and my pen full of ink. So please, so thank you to anybody who feels that they can subscribe. You are subsidizing the watching capabilities of so many other people here. So thank you. Yes, one whole baby. Yes, I do like to bake the bread. I do like to bake the bread. Oh, yes. Hello, skeletons. Hello, skeletons. Hello, skeletons. But yes. Hello. Yes. I got derailed there for a second. I got mentally derailed there. You make the Danish. I have not made a Danish. I have not made a Danish, and I think... Well, I was going to try to make a sex joke out of that, but I don't have the power. That's dishonest of me. That would not be that would be non-honorable conduct on my part. Cookies I end up baking pretty frequently. I think in terms of like sheer total amount of different batches of things I've made, I might have made more cookies than bread, because I am really bad at shopping for presents for people. I actually really hate shopping for people's presents. It's an activity I really despise, and it's due in large part to my own relationship with receiving presents, where I very rarely actually get a present that I really enjoy. Almost every present I ever get is makes me feel kind of bad. The vast majority of the time, I would say that's the default. Is that I am not excited about what I received. And so I find it so stressful, right, to buy other people presents. Because I think about all the times that people have gotten me presents that were just like inappropriate. I've gotten quite a few presents from some close family members that were just they're just flat out insulting. So that has made me now stressed out going outwards. It's like, oh geez. And so well, I mean, certainly when you're, and I mean, I'm also a pain in the neck to shop for because I don't like to own lots of things. And if I want something, I just kind of go and get it. So I became much easier to shop for once I started telling people, like, look, just buy me beer or pistachios or chocolate from a vegan chocolate brand. Like please, I really prefer that, because otherwise I feel stressed out about throwing away things that people bought me. And most of the time it's just like I just have too many stuff. I live in a tiny little postage stamp apartment in Brooklyn. Like I don't know where to put these things, particularly like decorations. It's like I really don't know where to put decorations. Like I have a decoration budget and I'm probably over. Yeah, nice scotches. Nice scotches are nice. Mezcals. I do ultimately kind of prefer chocolate at this point, just because I'm just like, a nice scotch or some nice beers is good, but I also am just a much less heavy drinker than I was as a youth. I'm a much less heavy drinker than I was as a youth. So gift card to a local organic grocery store. Yeah, that will do as well. A Steam gift card would be pretty good. The few friends I have who, like, I really do gift exchange with, who are like my own age, it's we pretty much just buy each other Steam gifts most of the time. But learning how to make cookies, so like I get stressed out about receiving gifts, which means that I get stressed out about giving gifts by extension. And then when I learned to, like, when I found a cookie recipe that most people like, that has become my go-to, is that, like, Christmas comes and I make a list of like 30, 40 people and I just bake cookies constantly. I just bake hundreds of cookies and mail each person like 10 to 20 cookies. It has made my life a million times less stressful. It has made my life so much better to do that. It has been such a kindness to me personally to do that. And other people really like it. They seem to like it more than they enjoy anything I've ever bought for them. And it does mean spending like it does mean like having to go down to the post office with like giant bags of little tiny boxes, like gallons of boxes. And the post office I go to is really quite busy during the middle of the day. So I will end up leaving my house at like 7 a.m. to get to the post office before it opens and get in line early. So that once the post office is open, I can just plow through it and then and go home. And I sometimes have to do that several days in a row, just like 3 or 4 days in a row, just coming down there with like 20 boxes and of 20 packages and just being like, yep, that's the correct address. Yep, that's the correct address. Yep, that's the correct address. So that has become a huge relief to me. For a while, I was giving people calligraphy, but it turns out there's only so many people for whom I know a truly good quote for. And hello, Panorama. Hello, Pana. I only really know what a handful of people around me like as cookies. What I have learned is that people who are in their middle ages to their young adulthood, like the spicy cookies that I make, and people outside of that age demographic do not like them much at all. Very young folks do not like them very much at all, and very old folks tend to really dislike them. So I have learned that for like particularly old people and particularly young people, I will make different cookies. Either just regular snickerdoodles, because I kind of like making snickerdoodles, or peanut butter cookies. Those tend to be what I go for. I know some particularly... Yeah. Tayamisu's had them. Tayamisu's had them. I think they're pretty good. I think they are pretty good. I think they're pretty good. But yes. Taking a big old stretch here. But yes. Yeah, like I said, well, peanut butter is always a challenging one. Peanut butter is a challenging one because I am cooking for a broad enough spectrum of people that I kind of struggle to remember who's allergic to peanuts and who isn't, and peanuts is a good way to get somebody killed. I don't think I actually struggle with... I should maybe be like more precise about that. I don't feel like I particularly have trouble with people having with peanut allergies in specific. Peanut allergies in specific don't tend to cause me a lot of trouble. It is rather tree nut allergy. For some reason, I keep on fucking up. I don't know what is wrong with my brain, but peanut allergies, I just am constantly forgetting about. Not peanut allergies, tree nut allergies. I'm constantly forgetting about and mixing up, and I have definitely caused problems from that. I feel very stupid. About the number of times I've gone out of my way to make sure, like, oh yeah, this person's allergic to this, so I'm going to get them almond. I'm going to do something with almond milk, and then it's like, nope, that would poison them. And then one time I did think a friend of mine had a tree nut allergy, and I specifically substituted in oat milk. And this friend of mine was not allergic to tree nuts, but was allergic to oats. I need a goddamn database. I need to write an entire program to tell me what's going on. I feel so silly. I feel very, very silly on that one. And you just can't trust so many gifts. It's frustrating. And Kirill, I am a bad recipient for wine. just as a small aside, my feeling about wine is that all of it just tastes like wine. uh, I have a terrible I have a terrible experience with not terrible experience. I have a terrible palate for wine. I have a terrible palate for wine. All wines are just kind of like they're wines. Uh, but or Carol, you know enough about my beer taste that you could get me a good beer. You could absolutely get me a beer that I like. It would not be a real difficulty for you to come up with a wine that I enjoy. Not a wine, a beer that I enjoy. It doesn't contain dairy, just butter and sour cream. No. I can assure you, Queen of Paper, that if you eat anything I cook, it will have no butter or sour cream in it, unless you consider things that are completely non-dairy containing but are like butter, such as Earth Balance, to be butter, which I understand where you're coming from, but from an allergen's perspective, it's not dairy. Yeah. Yeah. I do not. I really do appreciate the few times that folks have cooked for me and they remembered it. But weirdly, like, people forget that I'm vegan pretty frequently, and it's very surprising to me because I'm so used to the joke of like, how do you know who's vegan? Don't worry, they'll tell you. And I think I mention it all the time. I think I mention it to an annoying extent. And then people who are close to me, like good friends, forget about it. And it's like, I thought this was like the most annoying, obvious part of me as a person. I thought this was something that like everybody was aware of and was around for. But no, apparently I'm quiet enough about it that like even people who talk to me on a very regular basis and have cooked with me have forgotten about it. And that's pretty, like I said, that's pretty surprising to me. That's pretty... taking a big ol' water... If I were to share a wine with you, it'd be the weirdest, most unconventional thing possible. That's actually good. That's good. That's good. I will have, like... People, like, share, like, Bordeaux's and Cabernets and stuff, and all sorts of things with me, and, like... I think I can tell the difference between white and red with, like, 60% accuracy, is about where I wind up. That's about where that's like kind of my level on wine, and I'm just like, it just tastes like wine to me. It tastes like you had some grape juice and then you made it bad. Cab is just tannin city and that's about it. Yeah, I only like tannins in pretty limited quantities. They get pretty overwhelming. It's because the vegan empire destroyed the planet. Fleed! So true, Mix. So true. So true. How you doing, Mix? I mean, you're notionally trying to do something different. You're Diet Tigers. You're trying to notionally do something different in the same sense that, like, you can't, like beer is liquid bread, right? Like, why don't you just get bread when you could have beer? But beer does in fact taste kind of like its own thing. Beer does taste like its own thing. So yeah, they're from the planet Vega. Yeah. This is not the first time I've heard of this happening. Vegans from the planet Vega, or vegans from the planet Vega. I think it would be fun to have a sci-fi setting where there are the vegans from Vega, and then there's also, or the vegans from Vega, and then there are the vegans who have a vegan diet. I think this would be funny. I think this would be funny. Though I will say that, like, in general, a thing that I feel sci-fi settings tend to not engage with enough is people just being weird cranks. Like, they deal with it sometimes. They're just vegans in space as a significant flow flag. Yeah, I don't even really particularly care about them necessarily being vegans, so that would be the one I would go with because that's what I'm familiar with. But, like, you've got to have cranks in your sci-fi setting. You got to have weird cranks. I really, this is the reason why the most impressive and cool character in all of Mass Effect is the Enkindling Hanar. That's the best character is the Enkindling Hanar. Like everybody else is completely beat out. Garrus, absolutely not. No, it's the Enkindling Hanar. Rex, move over. It's the Enkindling Hanar. Legion, who's Legion? No, give me more Enkindling Hanar. That's the best character in Mass Effect. And this is you got to think about this. You got to think about having your cranks in space. This is a lot of why I liked Planets so much, is that the people who are involved with the people in Planets who are involved in the true macro political drama are the minor characters. The major characters are cranks. The major characters are cranks, and the main conflict revolves around Hakamachi's crankedness. Big fan of Evil Aliens were actually just a bunch of assholes who got kicked off their homeworld when they're around kicking up shit. Yes, this is good. Space Pilgrims. It's good. I'm going to have redacted with Rex and Garrus. My favorite moment in all of the Mass Effect fandom that I've ever seen was before the game came out. Well before the game came out, when there were still, like, previews and trailers and stuff that had been released, but the game hadn't been actually, well, it was still, like, months out from the game's release date. There's news headlines, because this was back in the Bush era. There was news headlines of, oh my god, they're going to have alien sex in Mass Effect, which sounds exciting until you remember that it's not 1935 anymore. This has been, like, a normal feature of sci-fi for, like, 70 plus years at the time of Mass Effect's release. So, like, we're getting close on, like, 100 years of this just being a normal, traditional part of sci-fi writing. That's, you know, to boldly go and put your penis where no man has put their penis before. And so, yeah, and Emmy doesn't do anything exciting about it. Emmy makes it boring. The fan art that was extremely good. From this. Hello, Kaipa173. Hello. I was discussing how my favorite Mass Effect character was the Enkindling Hanar, and how I like there to be cranks in space and weird stuff in space. And I feel like sci-fi settings get too caught up in giving us, like, the boring politics stuff. This is actually safe for work. Die Tigress is actually a safe for work fan art. And what somebody had done was they had taken an image of, like, you know how there's the Mass Effect, like, you're talking to an NPC one-on-one thing. You and an NPC are talking, and it's kind of like over Shepard's shoulder while the person is talking. Somebody had taken one of those. Uh, somebody had taken one of those, and it was Rex, and the text was, Shepard, what is this human thing called kissing? And I love it for the implication that the alien that you have sex with in Mass Effect is Rex. First of all, S tier. Excellent idea. Excellent idea. Should have gone with it. And also, I think that a human trying to kiss a Krogan is also very funny. I think that that's also very funny. Trying to French a Krogan sounds like a challenge. Yeah, the funniest thing in sci-fi sex is fetishizing humans. Yeah, I think that's something that needs to be brought up. We need to think about the flip side of this quite a bit. We need to think about the flip side of this. I think that's like a Futurama thing. I feel like I don't feel like it gets done outside of Futurama very often. And it feels like it reasonably should. And I think that this reflects like the part of the uncreative straight male id that is at stake here. The uncreative straight male id that is able to understand desiring others, but is not prepared for being desired. And this is why when there are alien stories where the aliens are sexually interested in particularly human women, the portrayal is very often from a perspective of like almost animalistic, non-human, hostile, like non-verbal desire with this highly non-consenting, because it's not. These are people who cannot imagine other people desiring. They can imagine their own desire, which is centered around other people as objects, and mostly by people they mean women. They can imagine women as objects of sexual desire, but they struggle so much with accepting themselves as potential objects of sexual desire that if it comes up, it's always like violent. Yes, this sort of thing from a female perspective is almost always going to be better. I think that the male sexual id is harmed dramatically and ridiculously by the need of straight men to always view themselves as subjects, by the overwhelming radical subjectivity of masculinity. In case people are unfamiliar with what the hell I am talking about and why I sound like an absolute insane person, grammatically, you have subjects and objects. Subjects do things, objects have things done to them, in a very, very quick TLDR. Very, 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 very thin TLDR on the difference between an object and a subject. And masculinity conceives of itself generally as highly subjective, which is a slight irony because there's a different concept of subjective versus objective in terms of like epistemology, but that gets goofy, and that's just kind of a sign of the funniness of the whole thing. But masculinity is so concerned with the being the one who does, never the one who things are done to. Yes, that is accurate. Pretty much the single most prominent intersection between gender theory and cognitive linguistics. Yeah, this is not a like controversial or surprising thing. I think if you look around at how men behave when their masculinity is threatened, particularly conservative men, when particularly conservative men feel like their masculinity is threatened, the thing that they do is they look for ways to assert that they are the only ones who have power, that they have ultimate power over their own lives, that nobody else can make them do anything, right? That is what we're talking about here. Yeah. That's what we're talking about here. So like oh, you think I'm an idiot? You think I am stupid? Yeah, I am the master of my domain and my personhood. Yes, this is the core of toxic masculinity, because you might notice, folks, that like these are just grammatical positions, right? Being an object and a subject are just grammatical positions. And so if you are out in the world doing things, then other people are perceiving you, right, at a very basic level. And perhaps even more importantly, every action involves an equal and opposite reaction. If you are out in the world doing things, the world is doing things back to you, just because of what the world is and what it is to live in the world. Like you cannot be a being of pure agency. A being of pure agency, my understanding is that that's what the gods are like in the Raven Tower, is that the gods in the Raven Tower are beings of more or less perfect agency, which is deeply troubling for them, because that means that they are extremely capable of inadvertently killing themselves through minor fuck-ups, because they're the ones with ultimate agency. Only a foreskin. Yes, this is why they are gods, right? This is why they are gods. And so you live in the world and people perceive you. And in particular, right, like I said, there's a question of being an object of desire, was kind of where we started this from. You can be an object of desire. Any person can be an object of desire, right? And this gets interesting for modern toxic masculinity, in that modern men, under a toxic masculine standpoint, men, because they're so concerned with always being subjects, cannot perceive themselves as objects of attraction. However, it is something they still wish to be. They wish to be perceived as attractive. They wish other people look at them and see themselves, see the man who is thinking, as somebody that they want to be with and want to be around. That ends up putting you in a place of objectification, because other people are looking at you, they are perceiving you, they are thinking about you, and that is all objectifying, right? That's all objectifying. And because men are so uncomfortable with being an object in any circumstance, this means that they're uncomfortable even with being perceived as desirable, and yet it's something they still want. And this causes a lot of strange forms of psychological distress in straight men. It's interesting. It's quite interesting to watch and to be around, and the results of it are not great, if we're being completely honest. It's not something that I think is a positive emotionally. What the cognitive dissonance is, that is your actions that control how you are perceived, which is troublesome because it does not permit others to have an inner life. Yes. And I understand, right? Emotionally, I understand that people do not wish to be out of control. They wish to be in control. They wish to be the ones who... They want to be the one who knocks, right? That's, again, one of the most straightforwardly canonical, obvious works on modern toxic masculinity, right? On the failures and weaknesses of modern toxic masculinity. Very straightforward, very obvious, even heavy-handed. And that's, like you say, it doesn't permit others to have an inner life, which is, you may note that it's an inner life. It is an inner life. That means that you can't stop other people from having it. You cannot stop other people from having it. And you just don't have that power. You cannot make other people's brains just kind of erase themselves. They will have that. They will have that inner life. And so you cannot stop it. They are going to have it. And that's just something you have to live with. And to try to erase that is very silly. And you can even see this actually in the ways that straight men talk about what makes a man attractive. That straight men, yes, that they are not willing to accept the dialectics of perception, yes. But yes, when straight men think about attractiveness and talk about attractiveness, they tend to, talk about musculature and income, and sometimes even humor. And the reason why they want to do that, the reason why they wish to do it in that fashion, is because those are all expressions of agency, right? Those are, even people who are like, oh no, like being attractive is about humor, that is still ultimately perceiving themselves of, yes, skills. Skills is a good way of pointing this out. Whereas when you see how these same men talk about how women are attractive, what they think makes a woman attractive, they talk about things that women have they tend to talk about things that women don't have a ton of control over. Body shape and skin tone and bone structure, right? They tend to talk about those sorts of things. She don't find you handsome, she should at least find you handy. So true, Red Green. So true, Red Green. Mix, what do you think about doing a series of Red Green style and themed videos, but about like academic topics? But about academic and literary topics. I think this is the worst idea I've ever had on the planet. Do I get to wear plaid? I can't. Mixed, like, you wearing plaid feels crazy. You wearing plaid feels crazy. Hi, Kai. Yes, Kaiba. Red Green is it's Canadian, right? It's a Canadian public access TV show, where, Canadian public access TV show about it's kind of a, what do we call it? A mockumentary style thing. It's like an early style mockumentary of like handyman shows. It's like Home Improvement if it was actually about home improvement. Yes. Red Green rocks. I haven't watched it in a very long time, but it does. My memories of it are very positive, and I think about the perpendicular parking skit all the time, where the solution to parallel parking is perpendicular parking, where you make it's hard to parallel park. It's a skill, and it takes a lot of time, and sometimes it takes up more space than your car is. So there can be places where you're trying to parallel park, but you can't, because like your car could fit there, but you can't do the maneuver to get into there. So build an entire frame underneath your car that has hydraulic jacks, and jack your car up on this frame rack that has that's like very fancy caster wheels that you stole. That was literally part of the skit was, yeah, these caster wheels cost about $1,000 each, so just be sure to steal them. And then, when you need to parallel park, you pull it out and you jack it up, and then you just push it. You just push it into the parking spot sideways. You just 90-degree push your car. You just strafe your car into the spot with your thousands of dollars of stolen goods. It was on CTV. Okay. Pretty early on. Yeah. The other way that people would probably be unfamiliar with it was you had to have lived. If you were not Canadian, it was only a TV show you would have seen if you lived far enough north to catch Canadian television. Hello, Sarek. It's good to see you here. Yeah. It's a. I am pretty sure I caught it on local TV. I am pretty sure I've never seen it anywhere other than local TV. Maybe I think a while ago people were posting it online. Yes, bring Kreen with you. Exactly, Scaldy. Exactly. Also, hello, Scaldy. Hello, Scaldy. It's pretty much it's a perfect demonstration of the men would rather disprove the existence of God than talk about their feelings. Yes. Which you did remind me inadvertently of a show that was more directly about that mix, which was Onion's Trouble Hacking. The Onion series Trouble Hacking is wonderful. I should make sure I archive that before it all dies. The Onion series Trouble Hacking is a hello Gringotts. It's designed to look like an early 2000s troubleshooting, or like we're just giving you quick little tips to save you time, that has now been dominated by like incoherent TikToks that don't work. Which is a funny genre kind of on its own, that people will be like, oh, here's this trick to save you so much time, and then just like do something that doesn't work at all. That's actually kind of funny. But it was kind of designed after that, except that the things that they were trying to solve were incredibly abstract. Stuff like, how do I feel emotions? And how do I know that words mean things? How do I know that words mean things is actually like a really excellent one. There's actually a really good demonstration. It's actually a really good demonstration of the relationship between signifier and signed. It's pretty goofy. It's pretty great. And that's like the closest I can come with like a modern red-green. Yeah, how do I, just asking a regular ass advice columnist, like, how do I know things? How do I know that words mean things? That's honestly a great question to ask people in general. I recommend this. Just like, call your mom up. Call your mom up this weekend. Call your mom this Sunday. And go, Mom, I love you, but I really need some advice. There's something I'm being troubled by, and I really could, I could really use some help. How do I know that words mean things? I apologize to the people who are either lacking mothers or lacking decent relationships with their mothers. I apologize. That was probably not the most careful of me. But yes, I think that asking a loved one who is used to getting asked for advice to answer really complicated philosophy questions is a great move. You know, how do I know that? Well, that's because your mom's funny, Mix. That's because your mom is funny. Soon the answers may simply be, are you on something? I think it depends a lot on the person you ask. I think this is a good test. I think this is a good test of the intellectual curiosity and rigor of the person that you ask. Because I know I am thinking about like my own family members and like what they would say. I've got I think my brothers would actually give some of the worst answers. I think I think at least one of my cousins would be down with the line of questioning and would have would take it seriously. I think my uncles would both be into it. I think both of my uncles would be would be pretty like, huh, yeah. Uh, would be pretty. It would be pretty. Would be pretty like, yeah, yeah. Uh, I think that they would be pretty down with it. I think they would be pretty down with it. Uh, oh, thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub to Alexander Luna. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. One of your uncles would be really into that question would and definitely shift the topic to the Roman Empire. Mix, am I that uncle? Uh, hitting my father with a massively existential question at one point in my life, and he went very quiet and did not give me an answer. That's pretty rough, Sarek. Okay, you're not just talking about me. The mix is not just talking about me. That was not just a veiled reference to me. Except I write in something. Yeah, don't, you folks want to avoid my singing. It's, I think my writing is okay. I feel pretty comfortable with my writing, but my singing is, it's not a good time. It's not a good time, folks. You don't want to be, around for that. This is, I am not the streamer that is going to give you a karaoke stream. That one's a very, 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 very low priority. Very, very low priority for me. It's not my favorite. I will say, folks, that my plan is to, at the very least, no earlier than getting partner. I might even record before then, so that I can have it ready massively, ridiculously far in advance. But if I hit partner, I'll release one song cover. How's that sound to folks? I'm going to take that as a positive sign. We are going to get hit by ads, so I'll see you all in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan art. I need to get some water. Oh, right. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. How are folks? How are folks? How are folks? Where are we at? Where are we at, folks? I am trying to figure out what to do with myself. Again, I said I would game. And you're not gonna really get me playing games that I don't want to play, right? Like I try to tell people this. If I am asking for consultation from the masses, it is not coming from a perspective of wanting to of like trying to follow the crowd. It's more coming from a perspective of like just being uncertain, right? Just kind of not knowing what I'm doing with myself and not being sure. I am not going to give you guys, and the reason why I bring this up is because people will be like, oh, but what do you want? It's like, well, no, if I didn't even, if I know what I want, I don't even bring it to a poll, right? Like it doesn't even come up. It doesn't even come up. If I am feeling very strongly like I want to paint, I just paint. I don't like ask for permission on these things. I just do it. I just freaking do it. I don't wait for people to be like, oh, like, well, like, no, we're just going. We're just rocking. We're moving. It's happening. And so that's kind of my perspective on that, right? That's kind of how I think about it, is just, just rock and roll, right? If it's full sense, because you only respect your own agency. Well, I am saying this all as preamble because I'm not entirely sure what I want to do right now. I'm saying all as preamble because I'm not entirely sure what I want to do right now. I have set up for playing Terra Nil. That's what I was planning on doing, was playing Terra Nil. But I could also play Helldivers, and I'd be pretty happy. And so basically, if I could put to a vote, have a good night, Alexander Luna, and thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. And obviously, if I really wanted to follow the trend, if I wanted to be like on trend right now, I would play Metal Gear Delta, which, I'm going to be honest. I am going to be honest. I am probably not going to play Delta. Just fully honestly, I am very unlikely to play Delta. The reality is that I can already play Metal Gear Solid 3, and visually Metal Gear Solid 3 looks better than Delta. So that feels dumb to me. And I'm not enough of a Metal Gear Solid head that I'm really invested in seeing, like, and doing like a compare and contrast on the controls. Hello, Beeplebees. Hello, Beeplebees. Hello, Beeplebees. Oh no, wrong button. Inscription is your current weakness. I think I have Inscription. I haven't played it yet. I have not fired it yet up. The desired plan with Inscription is that I would play it with Nagi on stream. Because I know, all I really know about Inscription is that it is a horror themed what do we call it? Card game. It's a horror themed like card deck building game. I'm guessing it's kind of Magic-y, kind of Magic the Gathering-y. And if and so like there's that. I could do Magic the Gathering. I'm not like a Magic the Gathering guy. Like I'm genuinely not. The only card game that I really enjoy is Innovation. I really like Innovation. Innovation, I think, is delightful. And so I don't know very much about Inscription or about its mechanics. And whereas Nagi's like a huge card gamer. Nagi is a huge card gamer, and she's really interested in seeing how I play Inscription and how I react to Inscription. And I get it. I also think it's going to be particularly funny because Nagi thinks that I play video games like a complete alien. I believe her description of watching me play once was plays like he has never heard of a video game before, which I think is very funny. I think that is very funny, especially because I'm pretty sure I've been playing video games longer than she's been alive. And so that was deeply amusing. It was Dark Souls. It was specifically Dark Souls, where she was like, he is playing this game like he's never heard of a video game before. And so she wants to see how somebody who is naive about card games reacts to Inscription. The reason why we haven't done it is because me and Nagi have really, really incompatible scheduling styles. I love Nagi, but she and I do not do schedules remotely the same way at all. I am a very like rigid schedules person. Why is my keyboard being so goofy? My keyboard gets really goofy specifically when I've got OBS open. It's like very specifically OBS. Okay, so I'm going to allow additional votes. Let's put it up for 10 minutes. There we go. There we go. Pull up, folks. Mix if you could pin it. If Nagi plans something at a specific time, it does not happen. Yeah, this is what happens. Whereas I live by calendar, right? I am fly by calendar as a person. And it's different ways of dealing with ADHD, right? It's different ways of dealing with ADHD. I have very severe ADHD, as I talk about. I have very severe ADHD, and I'm unmedicated. And the way that this actually works for me as a person is that I need to have a schedule, and I need to have a plan. And if I don't make a schedule at the start of the week, I just kind of die. I just kind of turn into like a weird lump that doesn't do anything. So I need to give myself lots of external structures, and I need to follow those external structures, and I need to be organized, or just nothing happens. Like I cannot just like naturally follow through on things. I need to give myself schedules. And to be more clear about this, the contrast here is that if we do Helldivers, I will probably go into an open VC and see if I can get some of my friends to join in and do a cool hangout with any of the people I happen to be friends with. I do have some friends who are online who I like to play Helldivers with, who I do not think are available because they're currently live streaming. So, oops on that one. And if we do Terra Nil, it'll be more chatty. It'll be more chatty and chill. which is more my normal style of doing things, but I don't know. I've been playing Helldivers a lot. Only managed to follow the schedule for a few weeks before I falling apart. To be honest, this is part of why VTubing has been very good for me, personally speaking. This is like a thing that is like a straight up advantage for me with VTubing, is that with VTubing, I have found that what I do is I make a new schedule every week. That's what happens, is I make a new schedule every week. That's how I do it. Your vote counts, chat. Yep, and you can vote with channel points. I'm allowing channel point voting. I'm looking through my list of Steam friends that have the game, and one of them is Miano, who I don't think is going to be down. But I don't know. Maybe I won't find anybody. Uter. Uter. Kara is around and has played before, but it would be a terrible idea. That would be a terrible fucking idea. Also, I don't mind doing Helldivers solo, but it would be a little bit more demanding on my attention. But yeah, I make a new schedule every week. The Monday stream is pretty fixed. Other than that, it's fairly open-ended, but it does, like, it's very important for me, every Sunday, I go through and I make a schedule. And I know that the better streamer advice is that I just literally have the exact same schedule every single week. One, that drives me a little bit insane. Two, that is not cooperative, might be the word I'm looking for here. That is not conducive to trying to do collabs. It doesn't really work with that. But different people have different ADHD management styles, is the actual point here. That's the actual core of this, is that different people have different ADHD management styles. They need to do different things. And that's, you know, that's, I don't know, that's just what life is like, right? You can just refer to whatever you committed to first. Yes. That is, yeah, I mean, for me, it's mostly a matter of, like, keeping myself on track and keeping my own self in tension. I would say that just in general in life, I am a person who kind of needs a certain amount of pressure. I operate best under a certain medium to high level amount of pressure. Again, probably something of a shame that I would probably have been a pretty good doctor if I wasn't squeamish. All right, if I wasn't like queasy, I think I would have been a pretty decent doctor. I think everything else works. We'll stretch here. But yeah, it's, like I said, it's an interesting thing to see how different people deal with these problems, and well, yes, Mix, this afternoon I finished Greek lessons. Greek lessons was extremely good. What a shocker. Han Kang, extremely good. Who would have believed it? Who would have believed that one of the most talented authors, and it was again the Deborah Smith translation. Deborah Smith is just an absolute god. It's good. I figured that you would particularly like um that you would particularly like it. It's such a book about like isolation and communication. It's so thoroughly about these things, and the ways that we are shaped, uh, the way that we are shaped by our abilities to communicate. Uh, it's great. It's phenomenal. I really shouldn't look at Goodreads macro ratings too much, because according to Goodreads, the highest rated book by far of hers is Human Acts, which I'm pretty confident is, which I'd confidently say is. Well, I haven't read White Book. But between Greek Lessons, Vegetarian, and Human Acts, I think Human Acts is like pretty overwhelmingly the weakest one. Oh yeah, no, she's very reliant on sentimental longing. Yeah, extremely. This is, I mean, she comes out and says it very much in Human Acts. That Human Acts, like, the end of Human Acts, yeah, there we go. Quinn, I got you. Human Acts is very straightforwardly, I mean, she says it at the end, right? She says at the end that, like, she can't even comprehend how people are able to, like, do things in their life if they are even aware of a wound, right? If there's some sort of like psychological wound in history ever, right? She is so wounded by a historic event that happened when she was 10 years old and that she was not present for and that she was heard about secondhand, that like she doesn't know how people can like get married anymore. That there's one massacre in 1980, and therefore like being alive as a Korean has to be over forever. And it's, again, this is why I like her, right? Is that like, this is so insane to me. This is so overtly insane to me. And again, like I related the most to The Vegetarian, which is her most insane story in a canonical sense. You know, Greek Lessons is more abstract and obscure, but like The Vegetarian is actually about being insane. The Vegetarian is actually about being driven insane. Just has the wrong angle. Yeah. Hello, Cat Racing. We are figuring out what I do. What are the results ended? Terra Nil, 100%. Okay. We're going over to Terra Nil. We are going over to Terra Nil. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. And this time I was smart enough to play it on my gaming PC as opposed to on my as opposed to use it trying to play, because I thought this game would not be very heavyweight. I thought this game would not be very heavyweight when I played it. Yep, it's true. I forget to use it half the. I just kind of figured this game would not take up a ton of resources. I got very cocky about it. I got very, very cocky and just kind of assumed that this would just like not use up that many resources. Let me take a look around it here. Okay, it looks like tracking is okay. Tracking looks okay. Because I'm on the two PC setup, I had to change where I was looking. There we go. I think we're fine now. Just moving things around. I had a day off from Thursday first because the holiday for all Kazakhstanis. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Does the color correction look all right to you folks? For some reason, it looks really yellow to me, which I don't think it should. On the other PC, it looks perfectly normal, and then on my stream PC, it looks really yellow. And I can't tell if that's on my if that's from my stream PC's monitor or what. I don't know what's going on there. Help me out here, chat. But the numbers should be white. The text should be white. That's where I'm. Color correction. They are orange. Okay, so I think we're looking for hue shift. I think we want to hue shift it a little. Not that far, but I think it's a little bit toward the blue. I think it's a little bit better. But alright. So, I am going to start with... So to catch people up, this game is called Terra Nil. It is an anti-city builder. It is a reverse city builder where you are... I don't want to fiddle with it too much. This will take forever. If it's like generally okay, I'll leave it. Windows. Windows is being really annoying. Okay. Yeah, I don't really... I think I'd have to fiddle with it for a long time to get it to look really cleanly white. We'll take a look at how it actually looks in game. Let's catch people up on what's happening. We are terraforming a planet that is covered in industrial waste, right? We are doing Wall-E shits. We are terraforming a planet away from being an industrial wasteland. And there are multiple different types of biomes. We have done the temperate biome twice. We have done one tropical, one polar, and we're about to do the quote-unquote continental, which is an interesting name for a biome. I will be blunt so I've changed quite a bit in the last couple of patches. I did not like the continental that much, which is why we're going to do it first. We still have 2 polars, 2 tropicals, and 2 temperates left to go, and then we've got 3 continentals left to go. So I'm going to do a continental. I'm going to open up with a continental. And the game is above all else a puzzle game. It's a city builder, but it's mostly a puzzle game. It's mostly about order of operations. Okay, continental outskirts. The tributaries that flow into this large river have dried up, and the cities around them have been deserted. However, some skyscraper frames remain intact, and parts of the power grid still function and can give your restoration a head start. Use power pylons to allow cone filters to be built further inland, using calcifiers to create rocks where necessary. Pipe hubs will allow you to grow enough greenery to fulfill your goal. I do not know what a pipe is. A pipe hub. Okay. Looks like there's a little bit of audio delay. Must be placed next to a river or a pipeline. Can be rotated. Okay. I think I'm getting an idea here. So I think this is what they're talking about. Is start. Let's do something like this. This should be pretty non-controversially positive. Okay. So the rotation doesn't do very much. Okay, there we go. That's the location that does more. Cone filters. Looks like as good of a cone filter as we're going to get. Okay, okay, this is how that works. This is how that works. Okay, okay. 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 Let's just try this and then see what happens. Okay, okay. So that's pretty big. That's pretty big. It needs to be near water and dirt. It doesn't need to be powered, whereas the cone filters need to be powered. Not enough reach to get up. Okay, that's something. That's something. That's something. Let's just get started there. Okay, that's how that works. That's how that works. That's what they mean by a pipe up. Okay. And then something like that. And no. Cone filters. And I guess yeah, I want to do that up there. Okay. And then okay, let's think about this. Okay, that's how this works. Does have to take place in Brazil. This one, I think, is supposed to take place in, like... To me, this one feels like it takes... That's bad. I'm gonna undo that one. This one feels like it takes place in, like, Asia. Continental, I think, it feels to me like inland Asia. Because we've got, like, pandas. Because of the yellow filter. Oh. I wonder why that's happening. I wonder why that's happening. I think I have an idea. Hold on, I'm going to... Huh. Interesting. 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 I was not expecting that. Hold on a moment. I'm going to check something quickly on the back end. You can look at my schedule for a second while I hem and haw in the back end. Okay, that might have done it. That might have fixed it. And then turn off that. That should look more natural colors. That should look more natural colors. Did it work? Let's... a little bit more water here. This one actually, I think I'm going to lose. I'm going to be completely honest. I think I'm going to lose. I'm feeling really pessimistic right now. Does the audio seem desync to people? It seems desync to me, but I genuinely cannot tell if that is, like, on my end or not. That's pretty good. Audio might be decent. Okay, I think the solution there is almost certainly going to be to add a video delay, which is something that I should do, right? I should add a video delay. Compressor, limited gain. No, none of those. Video delay, there we go. This is something I should have played with off stream. Let's add 100 milliseconds, because it's substantial that I can notice, so it's not like 2 milliseconds. And... oh, dang, it just occurred to me what the problem I'm having here is. Okay, let's try this. Does that look a little bit right? Does that look a little bit better, folks? I'm still going to be experiencing it because, I am seeing the monitor. Looks like if anything it wasn't enough. Yeah, let's try adding, let's up that to 300. I'm sorry, let's up to 500, because it's actually pretty substantial. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That looks like that's not nearly enough, but it's also hard for me to tell from, again, from my perspective. Oh, we're only at 64%. Oh boy, I think we're gonna lose. Oh boy. Oh boy, I am really unoptimistic right now. It's like 75. This is rough. This is rough. Yeah, let me just turn it to 5,000 milliseconds delay. 5,000 milliseconds. It'll be really funny if that just makes it worse if I'm doing the delay in the wrong direction. Huh. Really unoptimistic about this one. I think this one's doomed. Perhaps is the word. I don't have a lot of good options, is what is happening here. This is, yeah, I think I have lost entirely. I don't think that there's any way for me at this point to pull this one off. I think we need to do a reset. So hold on, I'm gonna take a look at this thing on controls. Okay, none of those apply to what I care about. Okay, we're going to. Where's reset? I almost certainly need to get a rains begin on this map. This map is a nightmare. Oh, you might be going in the wrong direction. Okay, yeah, I think so too. Which is hello, Ion. I am going to run the ads early because I need to use the bathroom very, very badly. So be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Quinn. Thank you, Quinn, for your generous offer of doing one. So let me come in here and turn off the delay. Okay. Delay is off. There is no delay on. Okay. And I guess you meant the pipe hub, because those are actually quite a bit louder. We're going to reset anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Let me know when you're here, Quinn. When you're here, Quinn. So until I hear the all back from you. Okay. You aren't going to believe this? Yeah? What you got for me? Wow! Okay! That's actually pretty cool. That's actually really cool. Because there's a desync on my end. I hear a desync. So there's a desync on my end, but not for you guys. That's cool. That's cool. That's actually cool. That's like, I'm not like joking. That's like, I actually find that pretty interesting. Okay. We are going to reset though because this run is fucked. Yeah. No, we're doomed. We're doomed. We're doomed. Okay. And also, hello, Ion. If you didn't hear me say it before, hello, Ion. It is a pleasure to have you here as ever. We are terraforming again. Okay. Okay, so I want to probably keep... Let's take a look around here. Moss on boulders requires that I keep the temperature below 15°C. Moss on rock faces requires above 10°C. Fireflies requires above 5°C. Rain begins at plus 25°C and less and greater than 85% humidity. So, real pain. Hello, Pyromancer. Hello, Pyromancer. Thank you for small. Welcome in. I like this game a lot. This is an environment that I haven't worked with before, and it's proving to be pretty challenging. I think that there's a couple of different ways you can kind of approach it, and I think at a broad strategic level, I need to create some riverbeds in advance of doing any other terraforming. I think I need to create additional riverbedding before we do any terraforming, is I think my read on the situation. And I think I need to get some pylons over this way. That's going to be good. We must build additional pylons. Okay, hold on. This is the part that I need to be doing that I forgot to do. We need to construct riverbeds. To carve up some riverbeds in through some of the areas that are really, really flat. I think that's the one we want to do there. think we need one more over here. Is I think what I need. There we go. Let's construct additional pile. Hello, space. Hello, space. Good to see you, my friend. Dear space. Dear space well. Spacington. Didn't quite manage all the photos last run. I think I got them. We can go back and check that, but we are currently playing a map that I kind of despise. So, I want to make progress on this one because, again, I kind of despise it. So, I am very much a eat your vegetables first kind of guy. Which I don't think should surprise anybody. Video editing. I am not the fan of the video editing. Lily was talking with a friend about this earlier today. They just, like, given all the things I could do with my life, video editing is almost always towards the bottom. Game is good. Game is good. I like this game quite a bit. That is a lie about the ads. The ads are not coming for another hour and 4 minutes. Because I ran ads early. You know, that one's a liar. A liar and a mountebank. And hello, Eclipse One. But I like this game a lot. We've played it before on stream. It's... the phrasing that I like for it is that it is an anti-city builder. Oh, that's actually pretty good placement right there. These cone filters do fuck me up. I'm not used to the cones. I am not used to the cones. They are challenging for me, the cones. They vex me. Heard of a Dominion? It's an oldie. Okay, I need to start working on this. Hold on, let's see if I can get another... We're getting down to critical levels. Hold on, let's see about... Now we're into critical levels, so that means it's time to really... Okay, wildflowers bloom. That's good. Not super intentionally a joke. It's accurate, I cannot deny that. But not so much a joke as just like a fact of life. Even when I wasn't vegan, I'm talking about the metaphorical vegetables of, whereas actual vegetables, I just, the metaphorical vegetables of, you know, trying to get through the unpleasant chores first. Okay, we've given ourselves a little bit of breathing room, but not remotely enough. Some veggies are really good. Some veggies are extremely freaking good. Brussels, the sprouts Brussels are amazing. Bok choy is just like... God's divinity, proof that God loves us, atheistically. Hey, these things are tricky to use. I honestly find the cone filters like already tricky to use. This is like very tricky for me. I love bok choy. Also, hello sweet potato. Hello sweet potato. Bok choy with lemon juice and salt is just like amazing. Just a little stir fried bok choy. Genuinely one of the best experiences. Let's see about. Still not sure what the best, how you're supposed to really use these things. They're very strange, the cone filters. They're very strange to try to use efficiently. I can't quite make them click. I think I want something like. Let's just try to go for bare minimum efficiency. Let's try to go for raw, pure efficiency here. And... Brussels sprouts... The Brussels sprouts, I think it's... I have a non-controversial way of preferring to cook the sprouts Brussels. My non-controversial way of cooking sprouts Brussels is to toss them in olive oil, lemon juice, and crushed red pepper. A little bit of salt, but lemon juice and crushed red pepper is the key, and then roast them pretty hard. I think I actually need another one of these, which is a little bit curious what this will do. Yeah, see, it repurifies immediately. So we need to be like almost every time we put down one of these, we need to also put down a corresponding, like from here on out, we're basically like every time a, one of these comes out, there's another, pretty much every time I use a cone filter, I have to immediately use a pipe hub. I can use 2 cone filters per, and then get out a pipe hub, but that's like the most I can get away with from here on out, which is a little spooky. This is the most I can lunge out of supply before I have to start. Yeah, I'm still really not used to how these things work, these pipes. Nope, bad one. pretty bad. Pretty poor performance right there. I'm still over 20% toxicity, so I think that even if I went for maximum... I lost this round. I'm pretty sure. This cone filter right here might have lost me the game. Niano! Hell yeah! Congratulations, Niano. Also, hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello. Congratulations to the wizard that is also a cat. Then they gave you a 3% raise? Ooh, buddy. That's not an offer, that's an insult. Okay. Then they hired another help desk guy. Incredible. Incredible. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Okay, so I have misunderstood something here profoundly. Fired, not hired. I have misunderstood something here profoundly, which is that pipe hubs don't need to be on rivers. They can extract from other pipe hubs. That's a huge change. That's a huge change. But I think So I definitely wasted quite a bit of resources on excavators. That's a huge change. That means I could be up a couple hundred, I think. Okay. But we did fail here. We did fail here. We're gonna try it again. This one's proving very tricky. If I fail again, I might go to another temperate, but I do want to try to beat this one. But yes, congratulations, Miano, that Mances. Okay. And then, how far can I go down and still get full backfill? Perfect. I'll just leave that one alone for now, and... useless. We're just gonna go... I might just leave that alone. And I'll do this one. Alright, now we've got the tricky part. Now we're into the tricky stuff, here. So, let's see. Oh, hold on. We do need an excavator there, but for a different reason. Here, can I calcify this? Calcifiers. This is so expensive. This is such an insanely expensive way to extend the power grid. I got an achievement for something I did last week of causing rocks by getting getting things to run into each other. Okay, hold on a second here. That's how I should have done this in the first place. Okay, so there can't be an elevation diff. I can't elevation diff it. Okay. Okay. So, however, that does mean I've got pipe networks up here as well, which is good. Now we have challenge. Now we have challenge. I think we want another calcifier up. Okay. Okay. And now we've got to start doing stuff. We got to start making some progress. If I can do this, I did not realize you could do this. This is the big thing. This was the element I didn't know. This was the element I was unprepared for. Let's try that. That's... Okay. Yeah, this is getting much better. This is much better. Okay. Yep, much better, much better. Telling the cops to fuck off pays off. Yeah, what a surprise. What a surprise that people who respect force, respect force. Who would have thought? Okay. Now that I understand how pipe hubs work, this feels a lot more achievable. Okay, there we go. This one's still stressful as heck. This one's still stressful as heck. These cone shapes are something. Okay, let's start getting. Let's just start getting some water down. Oh, boo, fucked up. Hello, Kara. Hello, Kara. How is the Kara? Could I get a shout out for Karatsu? For the Tsundere Crow? Huh, it's so much more powerful. Going to bed? Of course, of course. This is why we... That just makes it more important that we shout you out before you do so. The sleepy bird. If Mick shouts you out, that's bird on bird support. Bird solidarity. Birdidarity. Alright, let's start getting some of this in here. Yes, that's what I want. Yeah, let's do that one. Bird. Bird. Peacocks have appeared. You are ambitious. Those are ambitious birds right there. Okay. There they are. Okay, we've managed to get toxicity down into rain-making levels, which is good. However, we are still at a very stressfully under-ecoed point. Still deeply, depressingly poor. And we have quite a bit of temperature left to go, and a lot of humidity left to go. We're going to be genuinely challenging to get enough humidity out of this. I think we don't approach that one immediately. And there. Oh, dear Ska have joined. Ska have joined the band. What an awkward phrasing. Why'd I phrase it like that? Okay, decent play. Okay, there we go. We're into level 2. Need to plant a fynbos, deciduous tree, and bamboo. Beehives can be planted on deciduous forest trees when fir trees are not available. Okay. Humidity is good. Temperature is good. Bamboo is ideal. Okay, taking a small loss with the bamboo out. The ideal means that I get a little bonus for it. If I recall correctly, yeah, 15. Oh, I really don't need very much bamboo at all. They are not asking a lot from me, bamboo-wise. Oh, interesting, I've got rock hopper. Could actually make things a little bit easier. Does anything require... Oh, okay, no, these are a lot cheaper. These are a lot cheaper now. I do want to keep it below 10C because it'd be nice to get the there we go. Okay. And ideal conditions for the conservatory. Okay. Oh, okay, so I need the conservatory in order to build the fynbos. Okay. I don't know what conditions the animals are going to need. Actually, let's pull that back. Because I do want to get the humidity up a little bit higher first. A little bit higher first. We're eventually going to want a lot of humidity. Moss on boulders? Okay. And then we need a little bit more for moss on rock face. There we go, moss on rock face. Now we can get that temperature up. That said, we're not like so rich that I can go around burning everything. And it's 8 degrees. Okay, migratory birds are back. migratory birds are back. Humidity is actually probably more limiting, right? At this point. Because I don't have a lot of other good places to build humidifiers. Low on humidifier options. Pylons. Constructing the additional pylons. But this area up here is where we're going to need, like, the lion's share of the water. This looks like this slightly more straightforward option. It's wrong. Hence it's little and costs much. Okay, this is so expensive. This was not wise. Bird. I could have been using rock hoppers. What's wrong with me? So much shit. Okay, that's not too bad. 64. Need to make another couple the conservatories make a ton of eco back. These guys make a ton of eco back. They're pretty powerful on that regard. And %66%. I can get another one over there. So it's there. Something like that. Oh! Okay. A little bit of math here. I do a lot of rock hopping. 6%, that's a good swing. A good swing. Plus, I can get a 5 or 6 swing off of this. 6% swing. And just gonna figure out some way to get. There we go. Actually, a very poor series of choices right there. Oh, interesting, interesting. Okay. Didn't realize I could do that. Didn't realize that I could burn things and then re-moisten them and get back a lot of what I lost from burning. Of course, I'm not actually limited by burning right now, I'm limited by moisture. %. That'll get me 3%. It's not super good. And okay, so doing this again does farm up some moisture. That does farm me up some moisture relatively efficiently. Not extremely efficiently, but relatively efficiently. Boars. We got boars. It's still only 3%. 78. I wonder. This feels like double dipping, but double dipping might be exactly what we need. Okay, I gotta go all the way back to the power plant in order for me to get off of, for me to get anywhere. Or off of this one over here. Let's stick with what I've already started on. Oh crap. Gotta earn back some eco bucks. This is spicy. I'm feeling very, very concerned at the moment about my ability to win this one. %'s a good swing. 7% is a good swing, but I think I need to earn some more eco while I'm thinking about it. 33, that's pretty good. And then 7 and 3. There we go. Rains begin. Rains begin. Let's zoom out and close the tab and let it go. Let it rip. Give myself a second to let the rains come down. Which will also bring back the fireflies. This is going to reduce the toxicity below 10%. So there we go. Fireflies are back. My goodness. Always a good moment. Always a good moment in this. Always a good moment. This is always one of those things that I find kind of funny about this game, is the presupposition that rain is intrinsically cleansing, which is more of a literary motif than anything grounded in any sort of science that I am aware of. Well, this is Asia. I am pretty sure that the continental biome is meant to be Asia. For one thing, you've got bamboo forests, and I believe one of the animals that we get is pandas. Yes, we get pandas. Pandas, deer, peacocks, and boar. I'm not quite sure where would have all of those. I don't. Do peacocks and pandas have any overlapping territories? Okay, I need to somehow get up to above 90% humidity, but that feels much more achievable at the moment. You know, it goes up to 89. We're not quite in the same areas. Yeah, China big. China big. That will, let you get away with quite a bit. They meant it when they said greater than 90%. Going to burn a couple of these for random amounts of humidity. There we go. Vegetation boom. I don't actually know what that means. Alright, we get... Oh, and what's the... What... I'm way too humid for the beehives. Alright, whatever. I kind of can't care. Yeah, we're just... Hawks have appeared. Cool. I mean, if you're talking to an American or a European, I find I love the food to be, like, a kind of forgivable form of ignorance. Because, like, if you get Chinese food in Europe or in America, you're getting a kind of curated American-Chinese, Hoonanese, Szechuanese kind of mix. And I think that's really good anyway, so I understand why somebody would think that. But, of course, like, if you're more familiar with the cuisine, you also know that Sichuanese cuisine and Xianese cuisine are all independent cuisines that are all S tier in their own right. All better than anything that Europe has ever produced. But that's a form of ignorance that, like, makes a certain amount of sense to me. Like, I know Americans who are like, barbecue's not a style of food, and it's like, yes it is, man. Like, how do you mean there's more than one type of barbecue? It's like, I don't know how you could, not know that. Alright, so... Just gonna take some pictures. There's like 20 types of barbecue. Barbecue is amazing. Barbecue is incredible. I am personally a fan. It's not a singular one though. It's not singular barbecue. There's many types of barbecue. 4 in 1 is better than I was expecting to get. So, what are we missing? High plant biodiversity, happy boars, happy peacocks. Happy pandas, happy eagles, and happy... No, I don't want that at all. Scrub. That's nothing. So we can, is our happy deer? Oh, wait, no. I already have happy deer. Fuck that. There. Happy geese. Watching the geese climb up the waterfall is pretty funny, so I'm gonna keep that one. And then peacock and panda. Do I have happy pandas? I don't. I don't. Do I have happy boar? I don't. What do you guys need? Space food. Oh, you just need a bunch of salvage. Meadow needs space. Space. Yeah, okay, the boar figured it out. The boar figured it out. Get a happy boar. It's all fine and good. Yep. The use is gigantic. The use is absolutely gigantic. Okay, Meadow, what do you need? You need more food. Let's try this. Meadow. Let's relocate Meadow over to here. How happy is Meadow? Meadow, I just need to clean up their space a little bit. Teardrop, I think I got happy boars. I need happy peacocks, pandas, and eagles. Meadow, I thought you figured... Oh, yeah, Meadow, I forgot about this part. So let's... Okay, flying recycling drone. This map is over now. Okay, Meadow should become infinitely happy from that. There we go. Meadow's happy from that. Happy Honda. I am amused by the square popping up there. I'm going to keep that one because it's got a nice little visual bug. Yeah, I think so as well. Okay, Okay, wait, hold on. I've gotten boar. It's eagles and peacock. Eagle and peacock. Okay, so what is the peacock needs tons of turf. Yeah, okay, you're happy now. Peacock. Peacock was easy to please. Okay, and what do the eagles need? I need high plant biodiversity, and I need a happy eagle. So I've only got one eagle, I think. What makes the eagle happy? The eagle needs boar. And needs shelter. Okay, that was fast. That was easy. Nice, I can see the dang thing. There we go, there we go. I'm actually going to keep that one. That one's pretty, even if it's not a particularly interesting one. I just think it's pretty. And now I need to contrive for high plant biodiversity. There we go, there we go. I may as well keep that one. I think that one's actually pretty. Sorry if it's bronze. Okay, now we just go crazy. Now we go mad with power. Now we get to go mad with power. Clear out everything down there as well. I'm just going to go absolutely mad with power on this one. I gotta say this, compared to the previous way that they had set up this particular stage, this was actually a lot less annoying. The previous way they set up this stage was very much built around, like, deep wells. Which was very frustrating to manage. I'm just gonna build a couple of these just because I want more deciduous tree coverage, I guess. I literally don't have any explanation other than that. I just kind of want some more plants out. And I have functionally infinite resources at this point, so I can be a slob. Okay, there we go. Now we get to keep working on recycling. think that might get us there. We don't need living animals anymore. We don't need this alert. We don't need this. And yeah, having a flying drone is a little bit crazy, a little bit potent. Okay, so you. Two power pylons in the middle of nowhere. And then we're done! I can put down some bridges. Why not? I never actually use these things on purpose. Oh, I can't place them now that we've gotten to the end. Alright! Alright! And we're out of here! Not as rough as I was expecting, to be honest. Not as rough. Continental Outskirts was not as rough as I was expecting. Again, I have a recollection of doing the one that I think they call it the radiation zone. That one I found very challenging. Okay, that's fair point of paper. It's a puzzle game that is the conceit, right? Is that we are rewilding. We are rewilding in industrial wasteland. We are rewilding in industrial wasteland, and the core of the gameplay, it'll make more sense when we get to the next level. The core of the gameplay is that whenever we build machines, and those cost eco-bucks, and if we restore wildlands, you know, which is broadly understood. Hey, fireflies. If we broadly understood restore wildlands, right? If we cause new greenery to pop up where there previously wasn't greenery, then that gets us eco-bucks back. And so the way that we lose is by getting ourselves into a dead end where we cannot make any moves and we cannot get to the final... there are no legal moves between us and the final objective. Which we did before. We did that. We lost before doing that. The game proceeds in stages, and the first stage is I generally consider to be the hardest, which is basic terraforming, which is detoxifying the ground and putting down greenery over on the ground, right? It starts out toxic, and then we detox it, and we get back green. When it gets greener, we get eco-bucks back. And you usually cannot detox, usually cannot make areas green that are toxic, so we have to get power to build toxin-clearing machines, and then we use water to turn that detox into greenery. And once we get enough greenery, not eco-bucks, but greenery coverage on the map, we get to go to the next stage, where we create specialized environments, which in this case was bamboo forests, deciduous forests, and meadows, wildflower meadows. They call it finbos. And the last stage is that we have to make the animals happy. And once the animals are happy, we get to dismantle all of the buildings and leave, and that's winning. When there are we have photographic evidence that at one point each species of animal is happy, plus 5 other optional objectives that are really easy to trigger, then we get to leave. And if there are 0 buildings on the map and we have the 10 photos that we need, the 10 pieces of photographic evidence that we need, we win. So yeah, this is mostly a puzzle game about using those... The early game tends to be where I lose. I tend to do pretty okay with everything else. Not uniformly, but it does tend to be that way. Oh crap, I just realized that, like, I should have made sure that I... Yeah, you need to get 3 gold medal photos. I'm not going to do that on stream for this one. If I want to 100% it, I need 3 gold medal photos. I forgot about that requirement. And they've added a new desert biome in the recent patch, but I don't know how you get there. There's Archipelago. Scorched Caldera. Let's do... I don't know Subpolar River. I do know Polluted Fjord, and I do like Polluted Fjord a lot. Polluted Fjord might be my actual favorite level. But let's do Abandoned... Well, actually, no. Let's do... Scorched... I don't know if I want... I do like Archipelago a lot, so I might do... Let's do Scorched... Actually, you know what? Where am I on ads? Where am I on ads? That's the real question. Donde ads. Ads are imminent, so I am going to run a poll about what people want to see next, and it's purely visual, is the only consideration. Only consideration, well, it's not entirely visual. They have different puzzle requirements, but I don't really know what those are like. The puzzles are mostly about geometry. So we had cone filters that time, and they're a pain in the neck for me. They kind of... The normal toxin scrubbers are radial, and the cone ones are conical. And so it's... I find them kind of frustrating to work with. Okay. And I'm just going to leave it up for 3 minutes. And I'm going to run to the ads, and you can see the BRB screen, and I will be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I am back. I am back. All right. I didn't actually see the poll results at all because I'm a goober. Goop. View results. I guess that's what I thought. Okay. Okay. We're going to go to Polluted Bay. I'm curious about this one. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Curious about it. And what you got for me in Polluted Bay? Both greenery and clean ocean contribute to your goal. You will need to use power pylons to build toxin scrubbers further inland. Carving new riverbeds with excavators and placing calcifiers will allow you to create rocks to support pylons in remote areas. Okay, so this is how I got myself screwed last time. This is how I got myself screwed last time. Okay, we get tidal turbines. We get tidal turbines. So I can't. This is the furthest upland, the furthest upriver one I can build. Is there? So I probably just need to build it no matter what. There's probably just no way around that. This one might prove to be a very tough level for me. Because this is really playing to my weaknesses. And... let's see, I think... this is what I want to do right over here. And calcifiers need water. Now let's... over here's a little bit easier. The right side's a little bit easier to start working on. You need to remember that these are cliffs and not rivers. That is messing me up a bit. And I will need to excavate up towards them in order to stand any sort of chance. I just need to do that right now, and I need to get a calcifier out. This is going to be a really tough one. This is going to be a really, really tough one for me. And... like, the good news is that these are pretty generous. Okay, so the entire northeast is basically powered, but it's, I gotta start filling it in. So toxin scrubbers are... I'm usually pretty good with toxin scrubbers. Toxin scrubbers and irrigators as compared to what I was working with last time. That's usually a positive sign for me. But it's still... there's still just like really expensive bare minimum infrastructure to buy into. Like our just like really basic infrastructure winds up being really, really expensive. Yeah, I want to do that. There we go. Or is that the better way to do this? I think that might be the better way to do this. Yeah, that's the better way to do this. And then get over here. It's a little bit of an efficiency gain by doing it this way. But now I definitely need to start burning these guys. I need to start using these up pretty quick. Not the most efficient, but it increases the efficiency of the next 2 plays, which is justified. Okay, and then... Are you serious? Like I said, detoxifying the ocean counts towards my goals. And then... something like that. Visual bug. Okay, so we're at 60%. We're at 60%, but we have 420 eco bucks. So we're a little bit tight. Especially because we haven't gotten all of the infrastructure over here that I would like to have. So we gotta put in some more calcifiers. Oh, that one's no good. That one's no good. Excuse me. And then do this. Get back a little bit. But now we need to start. Okay, good. Good. And then we can probably do an L-shaped one over here that's going to get us a good play. There's an extent to which you need to just kind of accept that you're doing bad plays, but you can only do so many bad plays before it really starts to bite you. We need some more calcifying. I can burn through those power pylons quite fast. Okay, this one's going pretty smooth. This one's going pretty smooth. I need to do some shenanigans down here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. Next, increase biodiversity by introducing fynbos, wetlands, temperate and deciduate forests. Beehives can be placed within the branches of trees in both types of forests. Wetlands are resistant to fires and can be used as a barrier for controlled burn. Okay. Okay. Hello, Poop Fart. What a name. Okay, I only have to care about humidity. That's a change. And rain begins at 70%. That's actually not even all that high. Shame I can't... Actually kind of tempting to try to calcify like that. That said, I do need to get some moseying on. And let's see. I don't know what types of animals I get here. So deer, that's not helpful. Beavers, frogs, timber wolf, bear. Bear is going to be kind of the most complicated one, I think. I think bear is going to be our trickiest one. Big wetland over there, and let's think about this because I like to get like a huge play for forests. Which maybe that would have been the right place to do that, would have been over here. This is going to be a huge forest. This is going to be a huge play for forests over here. And... needs more humidity before it can even grow. Humidity is ideal for boreal forests, so that might be the place to start. Boreal forests. Let's think about this for a second. Boreal forests, I think, need to be on burn-in, not just... this might be a trick. Here, this might be the place to go big burn. Get up there. There we go. Nice play right there. And another big one over here. This is going to be generally less impressive, but still not nothing. Yeah, sure. And now we do Big Bird. Oh, right, I need a Finbos in here. Annoying. Wasteful, but it happens. might be a pretty ideal location. Okay. Burning. Fire time. Fire time. This is going to be a huge burn. Get off some truly ridiculous plays. Which is important because I only have, I am basically out of resources, right? That's actually super important at this point. 51. 61. I'm actually kind of curious about something. I'm gonna test something out here. So I was like 186. I was down to 133 when the burn completed last time. Kind of curious about if I can just harvest this over and over again for infinite eco restoration points, in which case worrying about getting things okay, nope, boreal forests are also immune to fire. What a shame. What a shame. Yeah, it kind of just doesn't give me anything at all. Get some pointless farting around. Big L over there. And I'm going to make a forest over here. If I can. I don't think I can. Yeah, I'm going to make a forest over here. Because I think this will actually be good bear conditions. And up here... yeah, I think this is going to be actual good bear conditions, as opposed to what I was doing up there. I did mess up. That was poor play on my part. I need to redo it because I just did a bad job there. Now we nuke it again. Nuke it again. It doesn't light down the deciduous forest. That's interesting to know. And going to create a big swamp up here. Oh, shouldn't have done that. Because we need a little bit more humidity. ideal conditions and ideal conditions for you, and good conditions for the conservatory, but not ideal. And ideal for Finmas. Okay, so that's what I like to hear. Okay. Interesting. I thought I was going to be able to get a little bit more off over here. Interesting. Interesting. A little bit of a failure there on my part. Little bit of a failure there. Is it ideal? It's ideal for the hydroniums. Nice. Okay. And we'll do that one there. And you need quite a bit more humidity for those guys to feel ideal. I think this one's actually going to turn out to be pretty tricky. Like, now that I'm thinking about this a little bit harder, I think this one's actually going to be pretty tricky to swing. This one's actually going to be a tricky one to pull off. Because I'm just like looking at how much I need of each environment. I need so much. Like, it's going to be like almost everything is going to be one or the other environment. Let's take the big swing. Cliff foliage and ferns on riverbanks. Good for them. 8%. 69. Nice. And 75. There we go. There we go. This is the big one. It's the big one. And... okay, we are into ideal conditions for the conservatory, so once the rain starts pouring down, I will start putting down some conservatories. A little bit dicey about the space usage, and I don't know if I can even actually successfully make all of the animals happy with the amount of space that I've got. I might not be able to pull it off. Should be a little bit of a frustration. Purifying the ocean. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of funny to think about this, right? Because, you know, it wasn't that long ago that rain as a source of destruction was a concern in the United States. Acid rain was absolutely a concern. Conservatory. I'm just gonna start slapping down Finbos wherever I can. Alright. Alright. Can I even use this thing down? May have made my life a little bit challenging here. Alright. Perfect. Perfect, I do have a location for it. Get you down there, and I'll worry about you in a minute. I mean, animals, sorry. So let's see. Do I have any species? We've got happy boars, happy deer, happy geese, happy frogs, happy wolf. Do I not have bears? I do need happy brown bears, but I haven't seen any. Oh, I do. I do have Sherry. Sherry has good food, not enough water. Doesn't care between these types of forests, so I think up here might do the trick. Cherry over here, and certainly enough water. Certainly enough water for Cherry over here. Not enough food. Tricky. Oh, wow. This thing needs a lot of food. Oh boy. Oh boy. I may be in some trouble. Not enough water. Try this. Okay, that did make her happy. That did make her happy. Alright. That's only a silver? Easy Pete's. Gold? Alright, I'll take that. I didn't think that was going to be gold, but sure. Eclipse. Let's look here. How happy are these frogs? Frogs are very happy. Okay. Should be an easy gold right here. It should be calming. It should be calming. It should be calming. Only a silver! Holy moly. I expected more from myself there. Boars. Oh wait, what's going on with the Timberwolves? There's Dahlia the Timberwolf. Oh, Dahlia's no longer happy. Okay. Oh yeah, Dahlia's gonna be super happy. dahlia in there? Oh, that's gonna be really good. That should be a solid gold photo right there. Okay. Solidly a gold photo. And what am I missing? Multiple climate goals. Interesting. Interesting problem to be running into. Usually that one I get kind of just by accident. Oh, I could get a couple more. Water lilies, salmon run, and vegetation. Those ones I can still get. That's not super challenging. Jeezy Pete's. Okay. Okay, that'll push us over on all three of those. So water lilies are blossoming, and cliff foliage, and moss on rocks. No, fungi in forest. There's no moss on rocks. There's cliff foliage and water lilies. If I can get cliff foliage and water lilies, that's pretty easy to look at. Ferns on riverbanks. I thought that counts multiple climaticals right there. Next aren't ferns. Around here. Multiple climaticals. No, I actually like that one. I don't care this bronze. Wait, no, I need to make sure I get another gold one in here. Felt like a likely gold to me. And I was wrong. I was wrong. I am losing my instinct for what counts as a good photo in this game. Rain didn't help. There we go. Send that one over you. Yes. There we go. Now we can start on the boring task. And packing things up into recyclers so that they're easier to manage. Oh, interesting, there's no cliff logs. That's interesting. There is a river over there somehow. Some way. spamming loading docks every which way. This is a piece of the design of the game that I think is kind of clever, is that, so like, this is a level where I can only expand my power over waterways, and that means that I can also and I can only collect trash over waterways, which means it's very hard for me to lock myself on this stage of the game. Because everything has to be within a certain distance of a waterway in order for it to be collectible. Well, in order for it to be powered, I should say. In order for it to be powered, but also then in order for it to be collectible. This is why they don't give me the flying drone on this one. I think that should get me everything in between those. So that should be everything on the right side. And then it's just these buildings in the center. Which is predominantly like terraforming stuff from the early game. Yep, now we're below 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I didn't miss anything. Yep, we'll be done in a jiffy. And there we go. Game over. Another successful restoration. And oh, yeah, I was like, oh no, it's crashing. I'm just picking up the little drone. A little bit funny that because I built on the wetlands, there's just like a bald spot in the middle of this wetlands. In the middle of this big wetlands that I put in all this effort into crafting. There's just a big square bald spot. Let's give it a second to appreciate. I do like that you just kind of leave some of the old ruins behind. I do kind of appreciate that. I think it's funny, you know. It's rewilding is the conceit, right? It's rewilding, but the historian in me is a little skeptical, right, of rewilding as a conceit, and a major reason for that is that it's a lot of working to erase any evidence that you were ever here, right? It's covering up the scene of the crime. Archaeologically, I suppose it bothers me. It's the destruction of evidence and knowledge. Which, you know, everything does eventually get destroyed, right? So there's a, you know, to a certain extent, why worry? Okay, perfect restoration on that one. Flooded city or scorched caldera. I think we're doing Let's do subpolar river. I've never done this one before. Just looking at the differences between these two. Kelp forest, lichen, tundra, and boreals. This is boreal, lichen. Okay, so this is no water. This one a shot. Though I might need to use the restroom again because I've had like 3 liters of water while we've been streaming. So let's take a look at Adge. Subpolar River is sparsely populated with tree snags and barren riverbeds. Pipe hubs, boo! And carbon compactors to create rocks for wind turbines and lichens. Your first task is to maximize greenery coverage. Pipes from pipe hubs can pass over rocks but are blocked by trees. Creating too many prematurely with the carbon compactor can make it difficult to access enough land for greenery coverage. Okay, that's a tricky one. That looks like we won't have narwhals this time, I suspect. Yeah, better hydrated than not. Alright, I'm going to put it on the BRB screen and run another set of ads. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I am back. And let's take a look at what I'm looking at here. Okay. I got nothing. I got carbon compactors from nearby trees to create rocks. so it is sensitive to the number of trees. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. We're on a new level. So let's start from the middle. No. Start from the edge. That feels much more intuitive to me. The immediate reversal from, let's start from the middle. Just immediately like, wait a second, no, I don't want to do that. Instantaneous. Just take a look. Okay, so this burnt stuff is... I like it. I like it quite a bit. I like it quite a bit. I find it very cute and charming. Okay, so this burnt stuff is already purified. And... genuinely hard to tell what's going on with the elevation over there. Okay. And I think I might chill out for a moment on that. Start from the corner. Not bad. Not a bad play, but not a great play. 6, but I think that's mostly set up for a... It's not. A misstep. Okay. Interesting. It's not letting me do anything about the number. It go up. It's true. Well, 96 is not a bad play. Do think I need a little bit more here, and... none of those are going well for me. All right. Alright, nice. Getting low on resources. Pipes. Pipes. This is, yeah, this is a cold one. This is, which one is this? By the way, that's a liar. We just got here. Yeah, this is one of the pullers. Surprised it took that away from me. We are in one of the pullers, though, yes. 30C is, going to be a challenge, because I do want to get to negative 15. This is, Polar River. Polar River is the term for this one. This one is Polar River. And I like the polar environments in general. I tend to find them the most fun. Though I think Fjord is still probably my favorite. That was probably not justified. That was probably not a good use of resources right there. Let's do that one. Oh, you've seen some fjords at the beginning of July? Nice. I have not, which I don't think should surprise people too much. My international travel bona fides are frankly weak. Back with probably a permanent recurring knee damage. Oh no! No. No. I'm sorry. I am sorry, friend. I am sorry. From hiking or from like biking or what? What's what led to what is the nature of the knee damage? The damage to knee. Hiking 14 kilometers on one day in most of an incline. That's ambitious would be the polite phrasing for that. That's I would call that ambitious behavior right there. This little pocket over here can get me a lot of resto points. Need to break out though. Rough but beautiful. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I mean, like you said, you know, possibly permanent knee damage. I thought that play was going to be a bit of a bigger one. Now we're into tricky territory. Now things are tricky. Might wind up doing some stupid bullshit like this. Ooh, I spent last week in Prague. Prague is an area that I would love to visit. I have heard that... I've heard so many wonderful things about Czechia, and Prague actually has a lot of interesting, cool history. In a way that France and England only have pretenses to. staggered across the finish line there. It's so beautiful. Many super old buildings. Super interesting historical thing you saw there. I also doesn't Prague also have an incredibly hideous library, like a staggeringly hideous library. Rocky Scrubland. Scrubland was what I was thinking of. I'm gonna take a quick look. I'm gonna take a quick look here. No, those are all beautiful libraries. I'm looking for an ugly library. Hell yeah! 1600s depicting the Stations of the Cross. Looking for this. DuckDuckGo, I'd never want. I assure you. Oh, looks like they didn't actually build it. That's a shame. All the Romans were wearing Ottoman turbans. That's so good, man. That's so good. That is beautiful. That's what I love to hear. Okay. Okay. Algae greenhouses are doing fine. Chaparralums. It's too wet for chaparralums. Literally too wet for biodomes. And too hot for arboretum. So... Yeah. That is actually a really good point about the political propaganda of that. You're correct about that. I didn't think too hard about that. I was just thinking about the element where, you know, up until relatively recently, you didn't really draw period pieces, right? That was not really a thing. Everything was contemporary. If there was, you'd represent everything as contemporary and present. And so, like that's the thing that happens all the time, is like people from the Middle Ages, people from ancient times being represented in medieval dress. That's super common. Oh, geez. Okay, so in order to get ivy overgrowth, I need to get a humidity up to 70% while I'm still above 15°C. That's a challenge. 70% is a lot of humidity. I don't know if I can pull that one off. I'm gonna try. But... Yup, 100% choice, and they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. They, as they say, they understood the assignments. Oh, there we go. What the kale? What the kale? Hello, kale. Hello, kale. Hold on. Hello, kale. What were you up to? What were you up to? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, currently a VTuber. I'm an old man who loves old things, and I am currently, I usually do calligraphy. That's my main content, is I do calligraphy streams. I am currently, playing a very cute game, a very cute puzzle game, called Terra Nil, that is an anti-city builder. It is an anti-city builder where you are, producing a... You're trying to unbuild cities, right? You're trying to unbuild cities. It's pretty propagandistic. I have enjoyed it quite a bit. I also really enjoy puzzle games in general, so it's a pretty easy sell for me. I am currently struggling with what I'm supposed to do at this juncture. I have not used one of these yet. Carbon compactor. And some toxin scrubbers. I need to not build that toxin scrubber. I need to build this toxin scrubber. Fungi and forests. Alright. Yeah, I like this game quite a bit. But yes, usually I usually do calligraphy and paint miniatures. And talk about history and sociology. I don't actually have formal training in history, but I was a professor of sociology. But yes, obviously, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so whenever you see fit. I, for my part, am going to see if I've lost this level. I am not feeling optimistic about where I'm at on this one. This one's not looking great for me. I think I need to figure out a way to... Okay, at least this will get me a bunch of... will get me a good play. Well, I will say that this game is pretty optimistic about the level of agency and power that humans might have over ecosystem management. So, easier in this game than in real life, by all likelihood. Now here's the question, is what am I allowed to light on fire? Okay, I am allowed to light shrubland on fire. Okay. So we're gonna get a decent-sized fire out of this one. Which is good, because we really, really need some points, and doing a couple of boreal forests tends to be a good way to get a good number of points pretty quickly. It is making things hotter, which is a bit of a pain in the neck. A bit deleterious for our purposes. Izuna Yatogami, thank you for the follow. Oh, that's pretty rough. Lost 1 point. That is pretty rough from my perspective. That might mean death. Not getting any big swings off of that play is potentially death. Potentially death here. I want toxin scrubber. I want the chaparral. Okay, it needs grassland and scrubber. It doesn't need power. I think I'm just going to have to tolerate not getting ideal plays off for a little bit. Oh, I only need 40% humidity. Okay, okay. So I am actually in the right humidity range. I think I might just not get ivy overgrowth. That might just be a thing I have to accept. Ivy overgrowth looks really tough to trigger on this one. This one might be beyond my skill level. Best play. Just recoup some random points. Push the humidity up kind of pointlessly. Let's do another big fire and see what I can do with that. Keeps on raising the temperature. Hate that. I hate that. Can't pull off any. Okay, that's a huge play. That's a huge play. But I am kinda tempted to just do a bunch of pipes. To just pipe it up a little bit, just far humidity. Let's see about doing something like this. No, that doesn't work. So it needs to be a... Chaparral needs to be a toxin that's on a cliff. Let's do another... Just functionally farming like a weirdo. Farming, burns. I think it is actually coming out ahead for me, which is good. Which is good. It is raising the temperature like crazy. But it is at least getting me a good amount of humidity points. 6%. Oh god, okay. Let's get back to restoring the wets. Ah, that's what's going to be coming in here. Because all these buildings are going to get in the way. Oh, it's doing exactly what I want it to do. It's doing exactly what I want it to do. I am feeling comfortable with my controlled burns. I am feeling like they are obeying their master. Here, I am getting what I paid for. It's the humidity that is giving me challenges. Okay, ivy overgrowth is triggered. Now we can start being crazy. Oh, these are new. They did update. They updated. They added new biomes and new things. These things are new. There was a graphics update from the itch.io version, but these pipe things are just a new type of building entirely. They're just, some missions have them and some missions don't. Is what it is. Some missions have them, some don't. This one bothers me. I'm not gonna lie. I've talked about this before, but the flash freezer bothers me at a really, like, fundamental level. As a, from, like, my knowledge of chemistry, it just, like, does not make any goddamn sense. Yeah, less than, oh, it's less than -5C. Oof. I might need to do some, I might need to do some more, Silk Song is releasing tomorrow. I am fortunate in that I am enough of a boomer that Silk Song has no hold on me. $95 games. Hoomter, how did you get it so low? How did you get it so low? Do you know what mine looks like, Hoomter? Okay, I need a little bit more. I need a little bit more eco bucks. I need like 1 or 2 good plays on the eco bucks. And then I can probably force rainfall, and then I'm in good shape. Is Grounded even meant to be finished? Is that even like the verb you use for that? Is Grounded like a finishable game? Huh, I thought Grounded was one of those games you just kind of play. F. Thought that was going to be a big play right there. My biggest play available, that sucks. Let's take a look around here. Not worth it, not worth it. Not remotely worth it. Huh, I thought that was one of those games that just like I said, I thought those was one of those games just kind of play. Right, it's a... I mean, I guess like V Rising does have an ending, right? Like it's not like I'm unfamiliar with this conceit. Terraria has an ending. Yeah, it's kind of things of this nature. think I can force snowfall at this point, in which case I think I should be okay. I'm at 17, so I need to put down 4. I don't have enough. I don't have enough. I don't have enough. I need a decent play. Might be in trouble at this point. Okay, let's do another burn cycle, I guess. It'll increase the temperature by a bit. There's a sequel in early access. Alright. Well, good for them. Good for them. Oh, geez, if I had kept on going, I would have been fine, because I would have triggered moss on boulders. Nice. But yeah, I think my unfinished Steam library is over 500. Yep. 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 Alright. Let's try this again. Moss on boulders. Yep, so you used to be able to. Humble Bundle used to be a pretty reliable way to get, like, 50-plus games on, for $2. So you do that a couple times. You can go pass out now? Alright, Hoomter, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. I always appreciate seeing you. I like that guy. Ratmost! Hello, Ratmost. Hello, the rat that's the most. Good Ratmost. Good rat. So, makeup. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've changed hands more than once, if I'm being honest. I would be surprised if they had not changed hands multiple times. That would be, frankly, strange. Literally one short of what I'm trying to do. So if I can get a single point. One positive play. Okay. think I can do this. I think. Nope, I can't. I'm screwed. Cellaru! Hello, Cella! Hello, Cella! Hello, Cella! Cellaru. Hello, Cella. How are you doing today? What are you up to, Cella? What are you up to? I am currently losing. In case anybody's wondering how I am doing, I am losing this game that I am playing. This game's I am facing the consequences of my own actions. Specifically the action where I chose the hardest difficulty for a game. A thing that I love to do. I love to choose the highest difficulty in games. Played a bit of the forest, then some peak with Leoton. All right, all right. So did you peak? Is that the right verb? 37. And flash freezer. Oh, I need -5. I need -5. Burned up and melted down. Ooh. Fancy. Fancy. But yes, I should say for the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am currently anime online for money, and I try to keep a nice, cozy, comfy, but also interesting space. I talk a lot about history and sociology, particularly the sociology of gender and sexuality, which was not actually particularly my focus, but it has become my focus as I have aged. And I particularly talk about the Roman Empire. I do a lot of calligraphy. Calligraphy is my main art form. It is what I engage with the most. And yes, I do a lot of calligraphy. The history facts might be unhinged. It's true. The history might be unhinged. Hello, Sir Hugsalot the 13th. Also, I forgot to say hello to Leoton. But if you need to raid and run, that is extremely acceptable. That is extremely fine by me. But if you would like to stick around, that would be nice. That would be nice. And we are about to trigger snowfall. Okay. Oh my goodness. Now we might survive. We might survive. Snowfall. Moths are back. We might survive this one. We may yet make it out of here alive. Because things were looking really dicey for a minute there. And yes, we've got an Aurora. Okay. The Aurora has triggered. I am playing a game called Terra Nil. It is a city builder puzzle game where we are terraforming land to be a wildlife preserve. We are taking a toxic waste dump and turning it into a wildlife preserve. That is our goal. That is what success looks like to us. I am going to start a big fire. I should have waited a little bit longer, but so it goes. Hopefully doing big fire will allow me to make some big boreal forests. I don't know if I should be making the boreals in the lowlands, but too late. That is how I am doing it. Here would probably have been better. Yes, the flash freezers have hoisted me by my own petard. Chaparralum, that's a decent-sized boreal. Borealum. Borealite. Oh ho ho, that's going to be a lichen right there. But yes, we are reforming a polar region to conform better to some nerd standards of what qualifies as appropriate wildlife. And so far, it's gone poorly. But that's just called a fun challenge. That's just called a fun challenge, if you ask me. Oh yeah, I need to dehumidify like crazy in order to get tundras. In order to get tundras, I need to dehumidify like crazy. Oh right, hold on. I forgot about this mechanic. I forgot about this. Ah, crap, the snowfall ruined my life right there. Poor timing on my part. Am I fast enough? Yes, I am. I'm fast enough. Okay, we can start a fire. Need to get another uncontrolled burn in, another big burn, another big fire. Another big fire. But yes, you can see that I am lighting things on fire because that's called being environmentally responsible. Some big boreal forests here. Oh, interesting. Okay, so these fires can destroy boreal forests. The other fires couldn't. I guess we're going to be rebuilding this forest repeatedly until the snowfall stops, because it's going to be a race between us and the snowfall to try to keep this land scrubby. Oh, I guess the snowfall's just going to win. I guess I just give up here. I think the snow wins this one. And we have a lot of... Yeah. He did not, in fact, got this. No, I lost. I lost this one. I lost this round. We have our work cut out for us in terms of dehumidifying. Which I should wait until the snowfall ends. I should wait until the snowstorm ends. Because I might want to light some more fires. Okay, that fire's still going. That fire's still going. That dehumidifier should be pretty potent. And... let's just take a look here. Cripes. Near total lack of good plays there. I might give up and just do a bunch of carbon compacting. That was pretty poor. Hey, I still can't even do tundra at all. that on fire. Needs a flash freeze to get the temperatures back down again. Well, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Enter his postal era. I actually still haven't seen going postal. Like, I know it's one of those movies like I'm supposed to see, but I actually have never gotten around to it. Okay, got some big swings on the Boreal Forest, but still not finished. Still have some work left to do on that, and holy, that's a heck of a... Oh, snowfall's still happening. Like, once the... It looks like once the snowfall's triggered, it just keeps on going, no matter what. That's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah, that was -7, which is pretty good. I do want to wait a little bit on that one. How goes the degrowth? Hello, Kari Kari. Hello, Kari Kari. Let's get the shout out, the shrimp out. Kari Kari Smart Shrimp. She is the shrimp of wisdom. And occasionally of rage, but mostly wisdom. She's been incredibly helpful to me over the years, and is actually good at math in a way that I am not. I am struggling. I am struggling. It would be a lie to say that I am not struggling at the moment. I have been it has gotten too humid here. It is too wet. It is too wet on my land, and I am struggling to de-wet it. I am struggling to dry my wets. That's where we're currently at, is I'm struggling to dry my wets. And I think... once the rainfall ends, I'm going to dehumidify here and burn this down for another carbon. So I may as well put you down here. Oh, that's actually... I didn't think about that. Okay. So I want some boreals. I need to keep those in kind of the lowlands, because the tundras require highlands, and I have not made a single tundra. I have yet to make a single tundra on this entire rock. So... getting some tundra down sounds pretty delightful to me. But yes. Kari, veteran VTuber, very wise, very... No! The fire continues to spread. I can see my boreal forest percentage going down faster and faster. And my temperature climbing. I'm just trying to squeeze in getting in the boreal growths in before the next snowfall. Please, just finish. Just finish. Finish burning. Okay, those, okay. The fire is over. The fire is over. I can run a carbon compactor here that is probably going to become huge. Huge carbon compactor, allowing a pretty big swing on the lichen. Not as huge of a carbon compaction as I expected. I need to be declining the humidity. 7% is a decent swing. I can live with 7%. Don't really want a combustor. Combustor, I hardly know her. It's 4%. How much? Oh my god, I need so much more. I need to get like 20%. This is so nasty. This is so nasty. I need to be doing like weird stuff here. Things need to be getting weirder here. Things need to be getting weirder here. Minus 9%. Okay, I can take minus 9. Okay, now I can build those. It would be worth it for me to probably get one more off. Ideal for the Chaparellum now, ideal for the biodomes now. Okay. Okay. Okay, these things are big swings. These things are actually pretty big swings. Well, that's not what I want to do. I want to do 127. I'll take that. I'd buy that for $1. Okay, Tundra is swinging back into motion pretty quickly. Okay. Scrubland and Lichen are continuing to be a challenge. This looks like a good place for a Chaparellum. That's a pretty chunky swing. I'll take that. That's another pretty chunky swing. Now we need Lichanophils. Lichens. Oh, and I've actually destroyed my own boreal forests by I've destroyed my own boreal forests. Need some more boreal forest. So we'll destroy a little bit of scrubland, but I think that's okay. Hello, Keith9599. Sorry, does it feel like does it seem like I'm not paying attention to people if I say their whole names like that? I hope it doesn't come across that way. I just like being formal. I find it funny. Okay, I do need some more tundra, but I think I'll be okay. The bigger question is getting the... So I need more lichen. More lichen. Okay, good. That didn't destroy that. Lichen. So close. Does feel a bit weird. Well, it's fun to me. I am sorry. That's like the real reason why I do it. I could pretend it's some other reason, but the truth of the matter is I just think it's funny. That's really all that there is to it. I just kind of think it's funny. Okay, we rocketed over on that one, and now we need to get a little bit more lichen. Lichen's proving to be like the most challenging part of this. The relationship between lichen and forests is killing me. There we go, finally! Finally! Hello, dipshits! Hello, hello, hello! Okay. Climate 4 of 9, what are you talking about? I did everything! Okay. And then... It's gotta be flying, I guess. I guess I don't have any other options other than flying. A bit asking you? I have to get used to a laptop keyboard that doesn't have the number. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. I am a firm believer in the superiority of the 100% keyboard. Okay, what do I even have as animals here? Wolves, no, foxes, boars, elk, wolf, and is that it? Polar bears and snowy owls. I don't even have those. Well, I am used to like if you're doing data entry, right? Like it's just if you're doing data entry, it's just such an advantage to use the numpad. Like I've seen people who just like are like, what are you talking about? Why do you ever use the numpad? And I'm like, that's crazy. Like that is I don't even think of myself as like a super hardcore data entry professional or anything like that. It's just like such a challenge to, yeah. Multiple climacles. I got silver for that? Save it, but I'm not happy about the fact that I only counted for that much. Spirits. Rainbow. Terra. Savannah. Oh, hold on. I guess. No, I don't care. Scarf. So what makes Polar Bear happy? What does Polar Bear need? Oh, it needs to be colder for polar bear. That's annoying. Polar bears will not be happy unless it is colder. So you should be happy momentarily. You're not going to be happy because there's too much stuff. Okay, I see. I see how it is. I see how it is. There's too much junk. Or polar bear should also be happy. Why are you not happy? Still too much junk? Fine, 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 fine. Goofy. There we go. Ports! Yes! Give us back our USB ports! Come on, man! Come on, man. I don't know why they think, like, people want fewer ports. Like, I just genuinely don't understand why people, whether it's like, oh yeah, no, you definitely want, like, 2 ports, right? That's, like, the right number of ports. Like, what are you talking about? Everything I do now like, simultaneously there's a movement towards, like, increasing USB peripherals, but also having fewer ports. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? I like how gold photos are just, like, nonsense with terrible composition. I have 2 USB hubs for my desktop, for my streaming PC, and I'm actually using up all of them. And it drives me kind of nuts because USB hubs don't actually increase the ability to get data through them. It just... Rainbow. Where the hell are you? There you are. It just, like, allows you to have more things in there. So, like, if you're doing data transfers and stuff, it doesn't actually help you. Right? It's... Okay, I need another gold photo. Hold on. Is the Chaparalium just the grinder for, from V Rising? It's just a grinder from V Rising. Making my life harder. For no reason. So, I had Happy Timberwolf. I've only got 1 Timberwolf, and it's miserable. It is utterly miserable. Let's throw you over here. Yeah, Copilot is... It's baffling. Chucklefucks. Give me the gold. There we go. Save. Save. Okay. Okay, now I can start tearing everything down. And the good news is that... I'm gonna throw some of these down here for really kind of no reason. And... let's just try to... The 4 gotchas you play on the desktop are 300 gigabytes? No! I thought that was supposed to be Western Game Dev. I'm such like a baby about games being too big that I loaded up, I installed Path of Exile, and then I uninstalled it without playing it because it took up too much space on my hard drive. And it was only like 110 gigabytes. I'm like, I need that for VODs. I need that for VODs, folks. Alright, let's see where we go. Open world to semi-open world. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand how it happens. It's just also, like... I mean, look at the kind of games I play. And, you know, most famously to me, most famously to me... Did I miss something in the bottom left or right? Nope. We are in good shape. We are in good shape. Most famously to me, Deep Rock Galactic is like 6 gigabytes. Yeah, Deep Rock's like 6-7 gigabytes. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you yet, man. Like, yeah, that's just true. Like, it's just true facts about Deep Rock Galactic. Rock and Stone, brother. Oh, that's actually a really good shot. That's actually really good. Alright, alright. Ads are, in fact, incoming. This is not just me mistiming my water breaks. Alright. We're about 5 hours deep. Let me think about what I want to do. I'm gonna use the bathroom and think about what I want to do next. I think I 100%ed that. Rock and Stone! Hell yeah. You need to go to bed. That's very fair. Did I actually 100% this one? I did 100% that one. Thank heavens. Thank heavens. This one I missed the photos on. I'm so annoyed about that. Yes, Ion, have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. I am going to let the ads run, and I'll think about what I want to do next. I'll be back. All right, folks. All right. All right. Oh, I hope you are all having a lovely, lovely night with me so far. I hope you're all having a lovely, lovely night. Let's do Scorched Caldera. Actually, no, let's do Flooded City. I'm really curious as to what allows... They released a new desert biome, and I don't know how you play on it. In, like, a literal sense of, like, I don't know how you select it. I want the desert biome, baby. I want the biome full of desert. To begin with, dredge the ocean floor to create land to grow greenery. Once dredging is complete, recycle your dredgers. You can then place tidal turbines in the resulting pockets of deep water. Restoring urban areas presents its own unique set of challenges. You'll need to work around the existing concrete when dredging the ocean floor to create land on which to grow plants. Former cities can also be home to particularly hazardous materials. Okay, geological stability is also a question here. Let's see. Moss on boulders requires I get to 40% humidity while still below 15 degrees Celsius. Moss on rock faces requires 50%. Rain is not on the list. I am in trouble. I do not know how to do this. Okay. So, undersea dredger. Let's see. Undersea dredger, I use it, let's say, here. Remaining dredges. Oh, okay, okay, let's see. And that negatively impacts geological stability. And then... you can recycle that. That's interesting. I can start recycling. And then build that there. And then... okay. Putting out... I start scrubbing. So anyway, I started scrubbing. Okay, I think I need to dredge a little bit more. I'm going to get dredging. And... recycle it, I guess. Oh, I can recycle the buildings too. Okay. Oh, and that leaves us a skyscraper impression for... I guess it must be for eagles later on? Huh, I'm already at 13%. That feels pretty strong. Oh, I'm getting a lot of ocean cleanup. I'm getting many ocean points. Okay, so not the best irrigation play. But getting some pretty good irrigations in there. Getting some pretty good irrigations in. And being able to recycle my own buildings from a super early point's pretty interesting. Hello, Michan. Hello, Michan. Do I have fissures? I don't think I've got fissures. I'm not sure how much I want to be detonating land like that. Let's get some dredging over here. Yeah, I definitely need to dredge over here. This is a good area for development, and it's super locked down. Okay. Secondary objectives are a lot less important this time because, again, I don't get the rainfall one. Oh, interesting. So, do want to detonate that. So I can get you back. So I can build the tidal turbine. How you doing tonight, Michan? How you doing tonight, Michan? Do them long. Okay, not super good play there. We're at 49%, and I'm actually feeling like I'm a little bit low on options already, which is a bit spooky. Let's try you over here. I wonder what happens if I run too low on geological stability. Is that gonna reduce my purity? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Dang. I actually used up all of my dredges there. Let's put you over here, and put one in here. Dredger in there at all, and... So I can get some of these big swings over here. I think think I might be in a little trouble on getting any other ones like that. Big dredge. Let's get that while I can. See if okay, I can't trap. I was not fast enough to trap it in there. I assume they would just, given the way this game usually does things, I assume it would just have gone away. It would just have teleported because almost everything in this game just teleports. I have done pretty poor play on this map. I have been playing weak. I've been a weak player here. Here. This one does feel pretty generous with the points. It's more just a matter of like finding ways to get enough purification to pass the actual objectives. That's where I feel like I'm lacking. It's just like where am I going to get the purifying? Where am I going to find it? Where can I purify? And you can't dredge all the way into the ocean shell, so that's a foolish thing to even attempt to do. 85%. Well, let's get something. Frankly, not enough. Frankly, not justified. Just frankly, entirely not justified. And pretty bad play there. I didn't realize how much of a depth problem I was going to have. Oh, crap. Actually, you know what? Recycle those guys as well. Fuck it. Fuck it, they're not doing anything. I'm curious about something. This might not be a good move. Okay, okay. Terra Nil is on sale on Humble Bundle? I did not know that. I did not know that. I was not being... I promise you, I was not shilling. Promise you that... Promise you, hand on my heart. Did not know that. I merely am playing a game that I like. But yes. Terra Nil, it did have a big update. It did have a big update. That is kind of what provoked me to play it, is that it did have a big update. Oh, we're so close. 99%, we're so close. We're so close, folks. I can feel it. I can feel it. There we go. Dredging may have made the ground unstable. Nevertheless, increased biodiversity by creating enclosed lagoons and bamboo groves in the shells of skyscrapers. Use the roots of new deciduous trees to break down concrete. Okay. Hold on a second. Excusez-moi. Okay. Humidity is a little bit low for the sunflowers. Oh, this map used to have radioactive waste. Okay, so it looks like they forgot about that. Pylons allow me to spread power. Again, we don't have radiation as a mechanic here. Bamboo grove. Lassic purifier. It's too cold for the Lassic purifier. We're in ideal conditions for the nursery. We're too cold for the conservatory. And we're too dry for the helio cage. And so we just... Okay, so we need some humidity. We do want some more humidity, which we can probably rocket up really fast. 12, right? 12 is a lot. 13, yeah, we're... Oh, hold on. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. We do have radiation. Okay. Cool. Okay. So we do have radiation. We do have radiation. It looks like we're not going to get all the objectives. Oh, wait, no, okay, the objectives, okay, they gave us new objectives, they didn't destroy all the old objectives. Okay, so rain is back on the menu, boys. Rain's back on the menu. Let's see. Interesting. Okay, let's get some more cleaning. Okay, this thing doesn't have a large radius. Okay, that actually did a lot of damage to the radiation. Just getting through that. Still need a lot of temperature gain and a lot of humidity gain. Oh, lag. Okay, yeah. Dual PC setup saved me. Thank you, dual PC setup. 20%. Okay, now I don't need to give a crap about anything that requires a low temperature. can start burninating. But really the more important thing is to get... I do gotta cleanse up this radiation. Pretty strongly. And it's probably worth it for me to... get in something like that. So I can boost this bamboo forest production a little bit. But, okay, I've given myself a little bit more breathing room. Let's think about this. So... that's more important. This is the better route. It needs power as well, okay. Then we do that, and that. An ideal humidity. It's an ideal humidity now. Hello, Romar Kent. I should disable that. I should refund that. Well, it's only 260 points. Hold on though. That should not exist. I should have disabled that. That is my responsibility. It was my irresponsibility. Flip the camera. Should be disabled. And then I'm going to do it myself. Because there's no camera on right now. And then how do I... give me a moment here. Dashboard. Because I usually don't even look at my dashboard or my stream manager. I am usually looking at everything through OBS because I would prefer not to do things via browser. Where is redemption queue? Where is redemption queue? Rewards, request queue. Stop that. Stop that. Camera. Reject. And then after that, I'm just going to complete everything. Yeah. Because who cares? Okay. Okay. This is Terra Nil. Okay, let's get back to it. This is Terra Nil. Terra Nil is a anti-city builder. We are unbuilding a city. In this case, particularly a city, but we are unbuilding a hellscape, an irradiated wasteland. I don't know else entirely what to say about it. We are unbuilding a wasteland, is the deal. Let's see. 2, that's good. And then... why can't we build there? There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Yes. So, it is basically an anti-city builder. That is the core gist of it all. We have been confronted with a... We are trying to re-wild some land. We are trying to re-wild some land. Maybe to sell to tourists. Maybe there's some Scooby-Doo thing going on here. this one is irradiated, is the big gist. This one is irradiated. This is the better way to go. And then... Look, I guess I gotta do that one too. Oh, kelp forests. Oh, kelp forest required low temperature. Okay, cool. Kelp forest required low temperature. Let's get this one going on here. It is mostly a puzzle game, if we're being honest. Much more so than like a more complicated city builder. It is a pretty easy, for my money, puzzle builder. I shouldn't say that because I think somebody in here already said they thought it was pretty challenging, and I don't want to be rude. Bamboo. One more bamboo for the road. Bamboo completed. Alright. Yes, we are doing some hippie nonsense. We are doing some hippie nonsense. Okay, now time for the main event. I need to increase the temperature to about 25°C. Yes, I need to increase the temperature above 25°C. That's what I need to be doing. And then increasing the humidity after that. 121% bamboo. I have nuked some of the bamboo. $25C has been achieved. And now... Okay, I get that humidity above 85. Pretty easy given how wet this one is. Okay, 95% humidity. Rain begins. We've completed all optional objectives. We have not built diddly out of multiple of our requirements. Yeah, Microsoft Office is really bad now. I am pretty firmly on LibreOffice for the foreseeable future. I am not... I don't know why they think I would want to use Copilot. I don't know what has given them the impression that that's appealing to me. Okay, I actually overshot on the conservatory temperature. Oopsie daisy. Gonna let the rain start. Use the Google Drive selection. Understandable, understandable. Okay, it needs to be in an enclosed lagoon. I don't like using Microsoft. I don't like relying on Google Drive for a pretty dumb reason. Which is basically just that I find that I like to be able to work offline. Is that a dumb reason? Oh, don't use Spotify. Come on, man. Use Bandcamp. Spotify's such garbage. Oh. I mean, I actually do end up working offline pretty frequently. So Google Drive is not very satisfying for me. Close that in. It's one more lagoon. Hello, Hakuya. Hello, Hakuya. Do I smell that much like onions right now? There we go. There we go. The mud. I mean, understandable. Understandable, but, no, this is a crappy city. This is a crappy former city. Poop a little bit here. How do I do this? Oh, hold on. I can't figure out how I do this. That's an annoying way to do this. Let's work on getting those built up first. Should be building them further back. Building deciduous forest in the back. Unfortunately for you, I am actually a huge... Well, I actually really like laptop keyboards. My ideal keyboard, you guys may have seen it. I don't know if it's like my ideal keyboard. But a keyboard that I have really liked. Let's try detonating there, I guess. Wow, I still have a lot of lagooning left to do. Yeah, I don't like that. The keyboard that I use that's a, I've got a Logitech US, Bluetooth keyboard, which sucks that is Bluetooth. But it does have two things that it does have a couple things I really like. It's 100%. I really prefer a 100% keyboard. And it's, a thing that I really like about laptop keyboards as opposed to traditional keyboards is I like the F keys being really close to the number keys, because I actually like using the F keys when gaming. Actually a huge fan of that. And yeah, I'm actually hugely a fan of that. So let's try just blowing up a little bit more land. Can I fit a dredger here now? Yes, I can fit a dredger here. Oh, fuck me. Okay. This lagoon part's going to kill me. Start just cleaning up a bunch of random garbage and see if I can just create some more lagoons randomly. For no comprehensible reason. Yeah, exactly. I actually really like using F1 for inventory, in particular. I like using F1 for inventory and F2 for skill tree and F4 for quest log, F2 and F3 for like different types of skill trees, because a lot of games have multiple skill trees. I've gotten really used to that, and I'm a big fan of that. And then, I like... And so I like having 100%, I like having the keys really close. And I'm willing to make sacrifices for that. I am willing to make some sacrifices for that purpose. How in the world... I start... Do I go up here? That's not remotely enough. I might be in a lot of trouble here, folks. I got no idea what I'm supposed to do here. You, are vindicating my decision to go Linux for my laptop. To take my my laptop and just instantly full throttle Linux. How do I do this? Need to be enclosed. Usually when you wipe something out with Linux, when you completely switch off, when you wipe out the hard drive and go to a completely different architecture, a lot of the nonsense that they installed at the manufacturer level just breaks. To be honest, I have done installs of computers where I installed Linux and then just uninstalled it at, like, immediately afterwards and just reinstalled Windows. Because the only reason why I did it was to just, like, wipe out a bunch of, like, nasty software that I didn't want to deal with. Okay, this doesn't really get me what I need. I guess that's what I gotta do. Then go back over here, seismic detonate most of this. There we go. That was very difficult. Yeah, I mean, Edge is bad. Edge is bad. Well, thank you for the reminder. I need to convert over from Firefox over to WaterFox. Firefox has been like installing weird AI stuff. It's gross. I don't need that in my life. And like you can disable it, but you have to like re-disable it every single time. Use satellite scans to gather seeds from all over the planet, store them in your rocket's vault. Finally, place the guidebook in the cockpit and leave the restored world behind. So this used to be just like the final level, right? This used to just be like totally the final level. Just getting random bits and bobs of rocket silo. Rocket silo's so big. Okay, rocket silo has to go there. Okay, satellite uplink. Satellite uplink. That looks like a ghost. I know it's a balloon, but it looks like a ghost. Looks like a cute little ghost. Okay, how does this thing work? Seed vault capacity, rocket construction. I need to do the photo stars first. Okay, so... Oh, wow. My animals are generally pretty happy. Nice. Save that one. Otters. And... low. Okay, that should be gold again. Wow, okay, I am cleaning house. Teardrop. I gotta ask, folks. This eagle is hunting boars. This eagle is hunting boars. What in the world is happening? What are we talking about here? Hunting freaking boars. That is absolutely ridiculous. Oh. There we go. Yep. Save that. Okay, already got 3-star photos. Now we just gotta... we get to be slobs here. Multiple animal species, and ideally happy pandas, and ideally happy bars. Bears, these, burrs. But seriously, folks, like what do we talk? What do we mean this thing is hunting? Okay, my pandas are not happy. Oh, it's because it's... fine. Fine, I'll get back to work on that one. Box version antivirus. I haven't done that in a very long time. Wipe some of this stuff out. There we go, now you're happy. Kapersky. And what are we looking for? Ideally happy turtles, boars, and multiple animal species. Well, here's one we can get right there. Okay, 4 golds with very little effort. You've never been in... Hello, son, I'll be honest. Hello, hello, hello. This is a type of game that I'm relatively good at. Puzzle games in general, I tend to be... not all puzzle games, but like city builders I tend to be pretty decent at. Optimization games I tend to be pretty decent at. It's games that require... games that you can spreadsheet out. Games that are about your spreadsheet skills. I tend to be relatively good at. Where the heck are you, Mountain? Oh, wow. Okay. You do like factory games? Uh, I'm guessing you're thinking about Factorio. I got 5 of those. I like Factorio a lot. I like Factorio. I like Opus Magnum. You might enjoy Zachtronics games. Sam, I'll be honest. You might enjoy those type of games. Opus Magnum and Space Chem are relatively accessible, as is Infinifactory. Infinifactory is relatively accessible. Shunjin IO and TIS 800 are like literally just completely unwrapped assembly code games. It's just literally assembly code puzzles. Like you're just like literally writing like actual assembly code line, which is very funny to me. Okay, let's close that. We don't need that anymore. Let's just get back to recycling. I think that if a person likes Factorio, I tend to think they'll be relatively positive on Zachtronics games. Here's something incredibly stupid. Yeah, hit me, buddy. Opus Magnum's the one that I like the most, which is, I think, the most casual one. Oh, okay, I was just building it too low. Space Games, I think all the other ones considered pretty casual. I did like Exapunks. I'm struggling with Shunjin. I am struggling with Shunjin. No comma ray detected. Oh, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. I mean, it's no rush, it's just that they're such an unusual type of game. They're just such an unusual type of game that if somebody does seem like they would like it, I think it's worth trying to push it on them. Okay. This is a cute mechanic, by the way. They're having me, like, revisit areas I've already cleared to take photos of them. To collect seeds for the seed vaults. So like this whole thing that I'm zooming around right here. This is something I've already. This is a place. This is my actual completed level. With someone else. This idea I was chatting with someone else about a while ago. No, I mean, hit me with it. Hit me with it. I am always down for ideas. I love ideas and the discussion thereof. Via an accurate chemistry simulator. Okay, yeah, because the thing is that the Zachtronics games, partially they just make some chemistry mistakes, but I think that's much less the thing than what they are doing, which is, instead of simulating how you do chemistry, they are simulating, like, you just kind of invent, you just kind of are manipulating things at the molecular level, like you've got tweezers. And that's... like... it creates a good programming game. It's a programming game that is shaped like a puzzle, that is shaped like a chemistry game, that is wrapped in chemistry lingo, which is why I think Opus Magnum is actually better than Space Chem. That, and I think just Opus Magnum is generally better than Space Chem. This game is very inefficient. I'm really glad that I'm on 2 PC setup, because otherwise the stream would be lagging and possibly crashing right now. I hope that we did not just crash the entire game. It's been a bit of a minute. And so, yeah, something that's a little bit more... well, I think, Son, I'll be honest, what you're kind of talking about is, what if we made a more in-depth Schedule 1? And I think the fact that people play Schedule 1 tells me that there's some legs to it. I think there's something to it. I don't think it's impossible. But yes, so makes a bold assertion that Animal Farm is about animals and human cruelty to animals at its core. No. The teacher's actually on something there. And so is the student who, I actually think the students on the teacher is proposing something that's interesting and valuable here, which is, like, Animal Farm is such a bald allegory for the fight between Trotsky and Stalin that it's something of a credit to Orwell to try to look at the ways in which there's something else happening there. And you have come to the vegan communist. You have unfortunately hit the person who thinks that the exploitation of animals and the exploitation of any other are interlinked. That these are interlinked concepts. That any form of exploitation of humans and any form of exploitation of animals are actually very similar concepts. These are not separable, unique, totally different things. I mean, you could create actual chemicals that people need, Son, I'll be honest. There's actually something about chemistry that makes this kind of an interesting way of thinking about things, which is that the way that there's multiple different types of synthetic chemistry. First of all, there's a big divide in chemistry between synthetic and analytical chemistry. I was way better at analytical. If my program did not have upper tier analytical classes, I would not have finished my degree. If I had to finish my degree entirely in terms of synthesis, I would have really, really had a miserable time. But I do think that there is something of a... Like, we make games... we make games about very cumbersome hobbies all the time. We make games about managing a train, right? Like, a train's about as cumbersome as it gets. We make games about house flipping, a famously miserable practice. There's a lockpicking simulator that I've played a little bit that I'm probably going to play on stream one of these days because I think that's really cool. I'm sorry, it's not lockpicking, it's a safe-cracking simulator. Sophie's safe-cracking simulator. We do this and we make games out of them, and a lot of gaming these days is about taking a hobby that is really tedious or expensive and then sanding off the edges. How do I get back to this? Oh, yes, over here. You know, sanding off the edges of what makes it such a pain in the neck. And counting individual rice grains. Yeah. I mean, so one of those things that is on my throne, is the... I don't know if it's still on there because it periodically gets de-uploaded. It periodically gets removed. Is... the rice, the sesame ball, the sesame hell ball. I genuinely want to build the sesame hell ball. No cap, I want to build sesame hell ball. I'm not messing around here. Sesame hell ball. Sesame hell ball is a miniature It's an infamous miniature where it is there are two parts to it that are a ball, right? There are two halves of a ball, of like a yellow ball, and then there are several hundred, I believe 300 sesame grains that you glue onto it. Very funny. Very funny. If people buy it, I will do it. I will stream that. And I actually expect I'll probably have a nice time. I've done 14-hour streams. I like how I can't even tell where the coral is in this. It just looks like nothing. Also, what are we talking about with coral seeds? What are you talking about? That's not how that works, game. And mangroves should be over here. And more beachy over here. More beachy. There we go. 900 pieces. Time to get gluing. I don't have any Macallan 12, but I do have some Balvenie. And to be honest, if I do another stream where I don't know if I'm going to get that kind of drunk again this calendar year. I might be putting off that kind of drinking until like Magfest. Whoop. And comms array D. I tend to... it's a little bit much. Right, it's a little bit much. Cam flooded city. This is funny. Like, I have a camera on the city that I'm currently in. Lagoons were the biggest pain in the ass. Hold on, let's just go all the way over to the left because I know where most of the lagoons are. Hold on, this is messed up looking. Okay, I'm just gonna be randomly guessing on this one. I am flying by instruments here. Flying by instruments. Because I think it is decompensating. Okay, gotta figure out where the heck those lagoons are. Oh, that might do it right there. There we go! Recall satellite. Son Albions, I haven't either. Oh, I'm definitely gonna do need. I wasn't hungover last time. Like, I'm sorry, folks, but I dodged that hangover completely. I was smooth. I was clean and smooth. I was tired, but yeah. Son Albionus, there absolutely are different types of puzzle games. I actually hate most traditional puzzle games that gamers talk about when they talk about puzzle games. I actually really do not like the majority of them. I really like Zachtronic style puzzle games. But I really do not like puzzle games where the puzzle is like there's only a single solution. Like, those ones I really don't like. Whoa, ads be upon ye. I'm going to use the bathroom without telling Keith how I didn't get hungover. Lol. I am back. I am back. I am back. But yes, Keith, it was actually pretty straightforward. It's not actually very complicated. It requires saving yourself from a horrifying hangover is a matter of hydration, carbohydrates, and patience. And that's kind of it. And son, I'll be honest, there are, it's mostly patience. It's mostly patience. It taketh a time. It taketh a patience. Never underestimate, I swear by patience. Patience saves me from everything. Oh, jeez, okay, there's this one over here. Patience is my magic trick for life. But yes, son, I'll be honest, there absolutely are games that I would describe as primarily about 3D logic and 3D reasoning. I would say that that's actually a pretty large percentage of what Portal is. I would say that Portal is a pretty large percentage is pretty largely about 3D puzzles at a core level. Yeah, and a lot of what the puzzles in Portal are about kind of order of operations, but a lot of them are about like figuring out how the space fits together. Yeah, order of operations is kind of a major category of puzzle types. Like Talos Principle is almost entirely order of operations puzzles. So yeah, this used to be the last level of the game, and it doesn't feel like it anymore. I kind of did this in the middle of the game. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, son, I'll be honest. And kind of what we're seeing, kind of what you and I have wound up hitting upon and are talking about, is that the term puzzle game covers a ridiculous amount of ground. Puzzle games covers a ridiculous amount of ground. So like Blueprints, I've only watched a little bit of. Kari has been playing it, and I watch her playing it, and I'm just like, I am 200 IQ too low for this game. I am... Oh, wait, now do I get to do the desert levels? Please tell me this is how I unlock the desert levels. I want to do the desert. Give me the desert. Yes. Okay, this is how you unlock the desert levels. Okay, excellent, excellent, excellent. I've been wanting to do these. These are the new contents, the desert levels. That is a cool thing, son, I'll be honest. That's actually pretty cool. I think that is a cool thing to focus on. Yeah, that probably does. That probably does. It's kind of interesting to... It's not usually thought of as like a puzzle element or like a major element of a game, but that is kind of what the difference is between people who find what do we call them? Navigating 3D environments to be easy or hard. So like I know I've got a friend who like they like can barely play Deep Rock. Like Deep Rock is deeply unsettling and difficult for them because they just like can't keep up with the 3D navigation element of Deep Rock Galactic. And I don't think that most of us think about that as a skill or as a thing that you're being tested on in Deep Rock. They don't tend to think of that as part of the player skill of Deep Rock. They tend to assume that like that's just part of the natural operations of Deep Rocks. Oh, this is actually a I don't know about awareness of cardinal I mean, so like okay, if you use cardinal directions for navigation, regularly, you will develop that. Like, that is a thing that you develop over time and also lose over time. And if you are using it all the time, you actually get really good at it, particularly during the day, right? If you are not awake all night, if you have a traditional diurnal, no, it's not that actually. It's well, I mean, it could be, but usually the way that people do that is by the sun. Like, if you get used to it, if that's a normal part of your daily life, and it has been in mine at a couple of points, you get used to it surprisingly fast. You get surprisingly used to, like, okay, I've only been up for like 1 hour. I've only been up for a couple of hours, and the sun looks like this. Therefore, that direction is north, that direction is east, etc. Like, it's surprising how fast you get used to that. And I can tell you, like, there's a lot of different navigation systems. Like, I'm a New Yorker, right? I'm in Brooklyn, and for New Yorkers, their sense of distance and the way that people talk about distances and locations is in terms of subway stops. Like, you just kind of know all of the subway stops you actually use. Brooklyn is not a grid city, just as an aside. Brooklyn is not, in fact, a grid city. People think it is, and they are wrong. Brooklyn is very much not a grid city. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If you're in Manhattan, if you are in Manhattan, you get used to it, although it is worth noting that Manhattan does have a grid, but it is off-kilter. It's off-angle. So, like north on Manhattan is like 20 plus degrees. Son, I'll be honest, you have proposed one of the few countries that I would be, that I am not interested in acceding to. There are, if Canada, or Japan or Mexico wants to annex us, I'm willing to hear them out, but, Britain might be the only country that I'm very... There's a couple others. Britain's one of the few countries that I'm confident has a worse government than us at this point. So... I am jealous of your healthcare system. I am jealous of your healthcare system, and it's, pretty rough that you guys appear to be going really hard on adopting the American healthcare system. My condolences. I mean, waiting times in the US are also really long. Like, that's one of the things that's, like, actually really frustrating to hear if you're not, like... If you are not, like, super rich in the United States, healthcare takes forever. 3 days, jeez. The memory that I have that, like, is still sticking with me really annoyingly is that I got a physical, and I had to get my... I had, like, a checkup, right? And I had to get my blood drawn, and my doctor's office had ceased doing their own blood draws. They had outsourced blood draws to a third-party company that was located in the same building as them, but that I needed to go back to my own home, receive an email from them, and then set up an appointment with them, which took several hours, to go back to an office I was already in to get a standard CBC blood draw. Infuriating. Infuriating. It effectively took a week, right? Like, it effectively took a week. And my doctor's office wasn't, like, close by. It added, like, multiple hours. I mean... The thing is, like, I've worked with some amount of healthcare stuff. Even in the United States, there's no country where, like, leechers are a particular problem, because with the exception of, so, like, you have to worry about, hypochondriacs, and more importantly, Munchausen's, right? Like Munchausen's, if you have totally free at point of service healthcare, Munchausen's patients become a real pain in the ass. That said, in the United States, Munchausen patients are still an enormous pain in the ass. Hello, Sybil. Hello, Sybil. I Canada has 400 MRI machines in total. And the thing is, Hakuya, and for that matter, Son, I'll be honest, I need to emphasize to you, and Sybil will back me up on this. Americans look at the healthcare systems you guys have with so much envy. We are so envious. Absolutely seething. Absolutely coping and seething over here. Son, I'll be honest, the grass is always greener, but the grass over here is... Do you know how much it costs to deliver a baby in the United States? Do you know what the fee is? If you have a healthy, normal delivery, just using the bed. Yeah. Yeah, I believe we're up to 15,000. And that's if there's no complications, right? A child. Yeah, a child or a new car. Yeah, undeniably better. I would say that there are very few systems worse than the US one. There are systems that are worse, but mostly just by being like even more profoundly under-resourced than ours. We have managed to produce a system that eats up an enormous amount of resources and gets terrible results. It is extremely not. So now I'll be honest. A basic feature of how US medicine works is that this is actually a kind of interesting detail. This is actually an interesting bureaucratic detail. An interesting bureaucratic detail of the US healthcare system is that insurance companies have a maximum profitability by law. Right? They are only allowed to make a certain percentage of, they have a mandatory amount of what is coming in that has to be paid out as benefits, right? Like just making sure that people are following here, right? Insurance companies cannot actually just pocket like 100%. Okay, so now I'll be honest. So, it sounds sensible, right? It sounds sensible because it's designed to discourage insurance companies from just denying all claims forever. So, if you want to increase the profit of your company and your rate is capped, right? The amount of profit to... Not premiums, because it's not a matter of the premiums. It's a matter of the payouts. This means that both the hospitals and the insurance companies have no incentive to control costs, and actually both have a colluding incentive to increase costs radically. Cool, right? Yeah. There's increase. Yeah, they increase. Yeah, premiums is what what people pay. Yeah, we have to subsidize federally. Yes, yeah, and Sybil is also hitting on here something that's very, very important, which is that the private sector notion of our insurance system is something of a myth. It's just kind of asinine. There's just a lot of things that are not responsible. No, hold on. You're very close. You're very close. This is an accounting thing. It's not an economics thing. You're very, very close. Let me see if I can... Hold up. You guys don't need to see that. I'm just going to blank the screen for a second so that I can make a... quick spreadsheet. Yeah, you guys don't need to see that. You guys do not need to see my groceries. So just give me a second to... lock that out. You can look at my schedule for a second, my nice charming schedule. The grocery list also has my can you put labels on that? It's also, the grocery list also has all of my recipes, and I'm not sure, those ones I share with friends. Those ones are for the homies. I don't just give those out to anybody. Okay. I need another mouse. I am doing one mouse, and I'm just switching with which USB slot it's in repeatedly. I also have a calorie tracking spreadsheet, but it's a separate spreadsheet. Don't worry about it. Sybil's correct. We know how to do healthcare. We choose not to do healthcare. We choose not to do it. Yeah, service guarantees citizenship. Hypochondriac is very rough. Hypochondria is a rough thing to hear from a doctor. Okay, so let's say you've got a company that has gross, right? It's got gross, and it's got payouts, and it has percent payouts, and then it has absolutes above, right? Yes, gross is the same as revenue. Because I'm distinguishing from net. So, let's say you have to do 80% payouts, right? 80% payouts. I should actually do this the other way, right? Percent payouts. So... Yeah. Delete that. So let's say it's $1 billion, right? $1 billion, 80%. Then that means A2 times B2, right? What is going on with this? Just put it in dollars. Just dinguses. Okay. 0.8. And this needs to not be a percent. This needs to not be a percent. I want this as number. Format as number. So $1 billion. And we want this as 80%. Right? And so is this simple, right? It's this simple. Minus A2 minus C2. Format as number. Why not? So, here it is, right? Here it is. So we're keeping this static. So, you know, I mixed up there. We're doing 2 bill. What? I did it twice. 2 bill. So, and then we just go down here, right? And so this is what happens, right? This is fairly simple. If you have to pay out a certain amount, then the only way to increase your ability to make a profit in absolute terms is to increase your expenses, is to increase the per unit expenses. Or you could increase your supplier base, but you could, in theory, try to cut costs, but cutting the cost of the medical care actually hurts your own profitability. That's how this works out. That's how it works out. And yeah, Sybil, I mean, I don't think it's actually qualifies as particularly controversial politics. I am usually slightly more understated than Sybil. No, it's not this a bad look. It's not this bad look, son, I'll be honest. It's that if you cut the costs, that actually reduces that comes out of your gross. Cutting costs on the medical care comes out of your gross. Cutting costs on operations will increase your profitability. But you have no incentive if you are an insurance company to reduce the cost of medical care, is what I'm getting at. You have no incentive to try to negotiate with the hospital. It's not about it being a bad look. It's about it being it's about it like trying to optimize on profits. And of course, what winds up being insane is I cannot emphasize to you enough how little shit they give health insurance companies give about PR. I mean, there's operations, there's good production, there's non-operational expenses. Hiring employees for lower wages is operations. There is an incentive to cut costs on operations. There is no incentive to cut costs on payouts, right? On the final product. They are correct that there is an incentive to cut costs on operations, which is mostly going to be employee wages. That's going to be the vast majority of it. Your operations costs are going to be employee wages, software, electricity bills, real estate. Yeah. Payouts as in health insurance payouts. As in, I have a heart attack, and I go to the hospital, and the hospital bills me. Right? I have a heart attack, I go to the hospital bills me. I go to my insurance company and I say, this is how much they billed me for this. And then the insurance company pays some percentage of that. Ranging from 0 to 100%. It's a lottery. You get to find out. You get to find out after the fact. Because somehow you're supposed to psychically know how sick you're going to be before you pay at the hospital, before you go to the hospital. And you're supposed to consult with your insurance company before you do it, but also they will sometimes say that they approved it, but then they disapprove it. To a certain extent, yeah. Yeah. To a certain extent, yes. You don't need that. You don't need that. Parched Dunes. I didn't actually read that at all. I just want to see what they tell me. Yeah, it's a world of costs that is completely untethered from, again, negotiating costs, right? Like the whole point of doing this kind of operation is because of the belief that an adversarial relationship between producers and consumers will lead to price equilibration around some sort of happy medium, and that is just not how the industry is set up at all. And it's also just completely insane because people don't consume healthcare like that at all. Like people don't like if you reduce the amount of healthcare available, people don't get healthier. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense. It's absolutely insane gibberish. To follow up on what Sybil was saying, and kind of reiterate it for the non-Americans. We are currently being ruled by a government that is actively trying to dismantle every single thing that works in the country. They are. Yes, they did. No, I mean, that is political. It is a political action that is a nightmare. It's just also sometimes people take politics to mean that, like, it's optics, or that it's like something that's like outside the realm of things that are real. And no, they are just trying to kill us all. It's not great. It's really awful. It's really, truly awful. The healthcare is unaffordable. Okay, son, I'll be honest, I am going to be very political here for a second. Healthcare is unaffordable without insurance, and that is a goal. Healthcare being unaffordable without insurance is the system working for a certain type of person in this country. That is actually a good for some people. That is the end result they want. They want that to be the case because that makes people afraid to speak up against their bosses. It makes it so that losing your job is much, 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 much scarier in America, and that being unemployed or being independently employed, being a freelancer, is much scarier and much more difficult. It is to make people more dependent upon their employers. Yeah, I mean, it's just like healthcare consumption just isn't a thing where, like, the way that healthcare, the idea is that, like, the theory, the really dumb economic theory that I am not endorsing, is that the healthcare system is the really dumb idea is that, like, people will consume less if you raise prices, right? So people will consume less if you raise prices. That means that people will go to the doctor less. And the way, how do you go to the doctor less? You be healthier, right? That's the theory that is dumb as hell. The truth of the matter is that going to the doctor and getting medical treatments is actually just so fucking unpleasant that most people are basically as healthy as they can possibly tolerate being, no matter what other incentives you put on them. And so raising the cost of healthcare causes people to consume less health, not by being healthier and requiring less healthcare. It causes them to consume less healthcare by just getting sicker. And so now I'll be honest, I think that we are at the point where only radical solutions will work. I think that we passed the point where non-radical solutions were functional by, like, the end of the 1970s. Yeah, I think that we are deep into radical territory here. I believe we are not being radical enough. I mean, I hope most people have kind of caught on to some of my political stances and emotional and moral stances, and I think that my extremely strong favoritism for John Brown should give you a hint on that one. I don't think that will work, son, I'll be honest. I don't know about how much of this is, like, US specific political issues, but a political issue that happens a lot in America is that we frequently have gradual systems that compete with non-gradual systems, and the non-gradual systems always win in America. The fast systems are always beating the slow systems. And I'm not even talking about, like, neglecting human nature, because human nature is such a sticky wicket, and I don't know that people actually know what they mean with that. I don't know that I know what anybody means with that. But the nature of power as it is exercised in the United States mean that slow incremental changes consistently lose out to non-incremental changes. Doing things incrementally in the US is just called losing. You can change public opinion on things incrementally, but moving actual policy always happens fast here. It happens fast or it happens not at all. And it may sound radical for us to just completely go over to, like, an NHS or Canadian system. Yeah, you have a system that yeah. Yeah, transit is one I think about a lot, Hakuya. You are correct in pointing that out. Transit is one where the incrementalists were successful for up until, like, the 1950s and have been losing so badly ever since. Like, yeah. It was invented post World War II. Son, I'll be honest. It was a result of the collapse of the Tory government after World War II. and the rise of the early labor government. And a thing that I always think about as a from a history perspective, I think about this so hard. This is something like sits in my brain, my stomach like a stone. Is that the best thing the British ever did as a government was the NHS, and they did not do it until after they lost the empire. That empire wasn't doing diddly for the vast majority of Britons. We are 38 minutes into this segment, and I have only just touched down. 1013. Salt Vlay. Desert sand. Dry riverbed, okay. And wasteland. I only have so much wasteland. I don't have a ton of wasteland. Aqueducts. Okay. Oh, that's how this works. That's how this works. Okay. Sand helix requires power. Solar array provides power, doesn't require anything. Oh, interesting, interesting. Okay. Okay. So it wants Vlay. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Yes, hello, Dark Remag. Hello, Dark Remag. Yeah. Son, I'll be honest, I would say that at the current moment in the United States, it is a radically dangerous thing to encourage because, well, because of the actual people who are doing it. People are doing that a lot. It's going really badly for us. As it's going really badly. This is the origins of our anti-vax movement. Yeah, it's people post insane misinformation on TikTok, and that's now what medical care means in the United States. It's real rough. It's real rough. Okay, aqueducts might be a little bit crazy. Okay, hold on. What are these things? Ground salinity. Atmospheric convection. Humidity. Low-lying fog. That rocks. That's so cool. That's so cool. That's so sexy. Yeah, we are actively dismantling our education system. I was actually really struck by something that American education's, depending on where you're looking and measuring, American education is in some places really strong. Like, Massachusetts public school students are like Singapore tier. I also learned something that, folks, you've got, like, this rocks so much. the law that Massachusetts' school system was established by a state law in 1647. Yeah, Singapore is very good. Yeah. No, Massachusetts students are extremely good. The Massachusetts school system is extremely robust. The law that started the Massachusetts school system in 1647, which I think is just so incredibly long ago, is titled the Old Deceiver Satan Law. Yes, because the law opens up with saying that illiteracy is a tool of that old deceiver Satan. Illiteracy. Not being able to read the Bible is something that Satan has been using to keep people down for time immemorial. I think this is so funny. I think this rocks. Huge fan. Huge fan of this piece of American history. Yes, there are. So, the people who I think I associate with that are the Dopplers, which was a 19th century. I know the Dopplers as the 19th century Dutch and Afrikaner movement. That they're called the Dopplers because the Doppler is a tool that you use for snuffing out candles. And they believe that they should be snuffing out the Enlightenment. That the Enlightenment is the only thing that you should need to know is the Bible. Well, we're seeing that in the United States right now. That's the being turbo political here. There is just flat out an argument, political position that is staked out that literacy is something that should be the province of the elite. That fewer people should have educations. That educations make people. Oh, I need to not do that one. That a highly educated population is deleterious to the goals of the state and the employer. I mean, so here's the question though. Do you want to have a population of engineers? Because that's the thing you can have a choice about. Oh, hold on a second here. Desert dune, desert sand. Okay. These are different. Desert dune and desert sand are different. Not everybody wants a population of engineers. There's reasons why you wouldn't want that. The more that want to say and how things are done. Exactly. The more, and like, it's rough stuff. I'm at 91%. I think desert might be easy. I might be getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but I think desert might be easy. I say as I'm about to probably lose. There we go. Well, and I mean, it's worth saying, Hakia, that China is in some ways actually very responsive to their own population. It's not responsive necessarily in the way that I would like, but it is something that's really striking to me as an American, that when I've talked to some Chinese people living in China, you know, they do a political protest against something their local government is doing, and the local government changes what they're doing. And that's a type of responsiveness that feels completely insane to me in the United States, where, you know, I go to protests against things that my local government is doing that are objectively bad, not even like just things that I think are bad ideas because they don't align with my values, but because they are, and they're just bad on like every ground, and then like the state, my local government doubles down on them because they want to punish us for having had the temerity to speak up. They view fixing problems as rewarding troublemakers. So, yeah, they just ignore you by telling you where to. Blood in the water will kill the population. Yeah, and so I will also say Son Albionus. So this was a thing that the Soviet Union encountered. This was a thing that the Soviet Union very, very much encountered. That the engineers were, in fact, an obstacle to stability, right? That this is scientists and engineers, in order for them to be successful and good at their job, they need to have certain freedoms. And these freedoms are actually the same types of freedoms that you give to historians and political scientists. These aren't actually really separable. And the United States is currently trying to separate it, and the result is that we're going to lose the best university system the world has ever seen, and I'm very mad about this. But the Soviet solution to this was to create special scientist cities, special cities for academics that were quarantined from the rest of the Soviet Union, where people inside those had a lot more freedom of speech and freedom of press, but were not allowed to communicate with most of the Soviets. They were allowed to communicate more internationally. And even this was seen as was something of a risk, but it was seen as a necessary risk in order to operate the kind of industry and industrialization and scientific and political enterprises that the Soviet Union considered critical. Yeah, this is Son Albionus. This is a this is pretty well trod territory. That the things that allow, in theory, right? In theory, you can run an industrialized nation that doesn't have any civil liberties. In practice, nobody has done it. In practice, the STEM lords cannot actually be separated out, and you can't have special, perfectly obedient, but also still creative and free-thinking and able STEM lords who are... You can't have unthinking people. You can't have creativity that is dictated from above. The state of China is... it's a country of 1.3 billion people. It is divided up into a lot of provinces. God, I can talk about the Chinese economy for like a very, very long time. It's a extremely large country that is... It's extremely complicated. It's 1.3 billion people. It's twice the size of Europe. It is 2.5 Europes under one government. And in order to do that, that means that devolving a lot of power down to lower levels, and it's really, really complicated, to say the least. It's hard to make big generalizations like that. What the hell do I have recycling silos? That's messed up. Now they give me excavators? What's going on here? Okay, I get wetlands. Oh, I need to somehow attract elephants? Huh, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's happening here. Oh. That was a bug. A little Momomo. Hello. A little bit. I would say it's mostly like a, it's a reverse city builder. It's not very factorial-like. It's much more like a city builder, much more like SimCity. Negative SimCity might be the, like, least complicated way. Oh, that's how we get water. Hey, we got fog. Hey, we got fig leaves. Hey. Okay, so that's how that works. Okay, I am actually kind of stunned that I only got like 200 out of that. Yeah, so there's like entire economies. The one that I was thinking about, Emperor's Armpits, is Shunjin. Shunjin's very weird. Shunjin is a very, very weird area. Do I have elephants? No, I've got zebra. Antilles require less than 20% humidity. I'm up to 55%. Okay, I fucked it. Can I... Is there a way to increase... I don't know how much I want to bless the rains down in Africa. Sim Park from '96. I can believe that. That actually sounds entirely reasonable to me. Yeah, Shunjin's crazy. Very difficult to describe as anything else. I might start this map over again. Retry phase. I can restart phase. I do want to restart phase. Okay, never mind. Retry mission. I have extremely negative opinions of Sparta. There is unsurprisingly, as with every historical topic, there is a back and forth about it. I fall very firmly on the side of having an extraordinarily negative opinion. I usually try to be somewhat, try to have somewhat complicated opinions about past cultures. I usually try to be understanding of the people in it. It is very hard for me to say anything nice about a culture that 90% of the population was enslaved and that the state was pointed like an arrow towards the oppression and immiseration of the vast majority of its people and the sacrifice of all other goods that the state could possibly do. It is very, very hard to view the Spartan state as anything other than, like, perhaps the worst state. And it is very hard to talk about Spartan culture, such as it were. Yes, and this was a bit of kayfabe, right? This was a bit of kayfabe. Sparta had a rule against the accumulation of wealth by Spartiates. That's to say, by citizens. And the reality is much dumber. And let's start getting some solar arrays down. there's a rule against Spartiates acquiring wealth, and the way that that works out as an actual in practice regulation is that Spartiates just held their wealth outside of city grounds. Hello, Irenu. Hello, Irenu. Yeah, we're about to get hit by ads. The Spartan system makes the American South look like the Soviet fucking Union. Like, it's so difficult to overstate what a vile, horrendous country it was. Even people who liked Sparta, like Xenophon, even Xenophon described Sparta as a state where no man is more free and no man is more of a slave than in Sparta. The Spartan slave is more of a slave than any other slave, and the Spartan noble is more of an aristocrat than any other aristocrat. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, so Sparta has a population that is divided. The population that you mostly think about with the Spartans is the Spartiates, which is to say their actual proper citizenry. And these Spartiates are prohibited by law from doing productive work. In theory, the Sparta is entirely populated by Spartiates and Helots. In theory. Helots do all of the work, Spartiates do all of the leisure. And in practice, this is not actually a very sustainable economy, and also there are some things that cause some, yes, they viewed productivity as an insult. You know, that they were utterly sneering about the fact that Athenian housewives would weave clothing, right? Doing anything other than drinking, eating, and sports. Weaving, pottery, metallurgy, architecture, philosophy, literature, all of these are things that the Spartan condition believed were beneath the dignity of a free man. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, they also didn't do nearly as much military training as people tend to think. That tends to get played up a lot because it's so hard for us to wrap our heads around an entire society where everybody's just a society built around just chilling, just using slaves as a way to just chill out. Sports is kind of, yeah, but it's, you know, not particularly useful. The Spartans themselves did not believe that skill at arms was particularly important, which is understandable, right? Hoplite warfare doesn't... Emperor's Armpits, you've never actually told me what country you live in. Also, we're getting hit by ads. It's ads time. It's ads time. I always assumed you were Danish. But we're going to ads. Oh no. But as far as I know, Denmark is not 90% slaves. All right, I'm back. I am back. So no. Here's what happened: is the Spartan collapse is sudden and dramatic and extremely deserved. I just want to like you've gotten me on like a topic I'm really heated about. Uh, First things first to understand about Sparta is that Sparta has a very rigid caste system. Usually when people talk about Spartans, they specifically mean the homioi, also known as the Spartiates, which is to say full citizens, which constitute like, depending on the time period you are taking a snapshot of, I think you might get as high as 5% of the population, but I think by the late period, we're down to like 1% of Spartans are members of the Spartiate class. And the reason why that is in constant decline is that being a member of the Spartiate class is hereditary and is exclusively hereditary. And if you get kicked out of the Spartiate class, your children are out of it forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever, and there is no recourse. It's over. And the main way, in theory, you can get kicked out for cowardice in battle, but the main way that people lose it is for being too poor. And you may be wondering, wait a second, hold on, I thought that the Spartans weren't allowed to hold wealth. What they are allowed to have is they have helots. They have helots that are assigned to them by the kings. They have two kings, and the kings assign helots to people. Called clerical land, right? It's a form of, it's an extraordinarily awful form of serfdom. You know, you get these slaves and they have the land that they work on, and you get their productivity. It was not Sparta at all. Sparta's caste system is extraordinarily rigid. Michan, we haven't even gotten to how bad the Spartan class system is. We are at the start of it. So the Spartiates only derive their wealth from holding land and having it worked by helots who are assigned to them by the king. Not all land is equally productive. And a key part of being a member of the Spartiate class is that you have to pay into an eating club. There are fraternities for Spartiates, and if you are not inside a fraternity, you are no longer a member, and the main way you lose being a member of a fraternity is by not being able to pay your dues, and the main way you lose being able to pay your dues is that you have been assigned land by the king that is too unproductive to continue supporting your family. So, all right, you follow in here? So the Spartiate class is continuously declining because there is no way back in, there are only ways out. As a result, there are further several types of underclasses, right? There are multiple types of underclasses. Periakoi is the big one. And the Periakoi are divided into the Mothrakis, and I forget the other ones off the top of my head, because I don't actually speak Greek very much. Yatno, this is like 200 level in college. Like, I am giving you like a rundown of like a thing that would only come up in like 200 level college course. This is not like general public school education. So, the majority of all Spartans as a political entity, the majority of their population are the slaves, are the helots. And then there's this underclass of people who are not full citizens, but are not slaves. And these are going to be like the Periakoi is going to be a big one. And they have a second year bachelor's, yes. Second year bachelor's type of thing. Even like first year bachelor's is probably not going to cover cover like this. And so, God, this level rocks. I actually love the desert. I'm desert pilled. I am mastering desert power. Oh. I am all in on desert power. This rocks. Anyway, so there are three ways that people get in there. One is that, like, basically you moved to Sparta. right? If you have moved to Sparta, there's no possibility of you ever becoming a Spartan citizen, but you're also probably not going to be enslaved. So that's one source of freed non-Spartans. That's source one for free non-Spartans. Source number two for free non-Spartans, that was a bad play, this is what happens to the people who get kicked out of the Spartiate class. If you cannot afford your membership dues to your eating club, to your fraternity, you get kicked out of the Spartiate class and you become one of the lessers. And this is a known class of people. They are extremely denigrated. They are not allowed to do, they have substantially denigrated freedoms compared to what they had just the week prior. All right. Okay, so I don't want to do a burn early. I don't want to do a burn until after I get anthills. Which is relatively easy. Just do some combustion. Oh, that's tricky. Oh, that's really tricky. Antilles is tricky. Antilles is genuinely tricky. Huh, how do I do this? Anyway. So the third type of people who are in the Periakoi, who are in the free but non-citizen class, are the bastards, which is to say, people who are born of a Spartan father and a Helot mother. That is, I really need to be clear here, that means rape. And rape was widespread enough. Rape was widespread enough that this was an identifiable social class that made up a significant percentage of their entire military. Being more competitive, so yes, that is part of it, yes. Sparta is a exceptionally unproductive state, even compared to other Greeks. Like in general, it's probably not worth thinking too hard about economic productivity as a matter of like growth and innovation in the ancient age. That's not usually super worth thinking about because it's just very, very small. What is worth... No, it's fine, son Albion. Like, why would you know this? Right? Like, militarily, yes. So here's the thing, right? Is that only a small percentage of their military are allowed to be... Well, yes and no. I should say yes and no. So, yeah, Laconia is not very wealthy. And the thing is that Laconia should be wealthy because it is the Spartans have by far the most amount of land area. They should be wealthy, but they're not because they are literally declaring war on their own slaves, who are the entire backbone of their economy because it's an insane state. It is a state that has bent everything around it into securing an incredibly no, Lacedaemonia. He's just being short. He's just being short with it. It's like Lacedaemon. But yeah, the Spartans had every reason to be. There's no rocks. I'm going to go crazy. Okay. I think Anthills just has to be something that ends up being a very late addition. That depends, Hakia. That depends. So the thing is that the Spartans don't write. The Spartans do not write because they're Spartans. They don't write. So all of our understanding of Spartan economics and culture and everything comes to us... Oh, wait, hold on. I Hold on, is there... Sorry, I'm just like, there might be something I can do. Yeah, none of those will work without rocks, and I don't have access to rocks. But I do have access to... Can I actually increase the temperature meaningfully through the use of... Okay, it's very inefficient. It's very, very inefficient to do so, but I can increase the temperature this way. This is incredibly inefficient. And probably will lose me the game. How do I get up to... I need to somehow get to 15C. Oh, this isn't working at all. This isn't working at all. Sorry, I'm getting... So it did okay for 30 years, is what happened. The Spartan system, in a general sense, persists for like 150 years. There is people will sometimes like there's a mythological version of the argument that it's got like 400 years behind it, but in terms of like what we know archaeologically and from the historical records, which all come from other people, right? The Spartans don't write things down. Yeah, it's like we're talking like 150 years. It's 150 years, and it's not a super great 150 years. If we're being completely realistic. Okay, this is going to be dicey. Oh. Yep, there's that humidity climate. Okay. And now we're above 40. I'm hoping we don't get fog. There we go, we got fog. Oh, brutal. Oh, Jesus. So... Oh, crap, I could have, Can I retry the phase? Never mind. Never mind. It looks like if I had blown up this, I would have been able to get away with it. Would have been able to get away with it. Would have gotten away with it. Okay. What's this? Ground salinity. Okay. So gotta figure out some way to get ground salinity below 3. Below ground... Hold on, what's this do? Provides alluvial vegetation. I want to combust here. I want a nut. So I'm going a little bit nuts that I feel like I can just like do better than what I've been doing here on this mission. So I forget where I was going with this other than to say that I have an intensely negative opinion of Sparta. I am deeply unimpressed with their military and social accomplishments. Okay, migratory birds are back. This is not what I wanted to do. Not what my aims were. Okay, we got the ground salinity down super low. Yep. And God, just I don't know. Oh, I need to get up to 35C for oh boy, I am in trouble here. Yeah, let's start getting back some of this grassland. 139 is a lot. That's a big play. I actually have not. I own Timberborn, but I haven't played it. I really should play it. Like, it's one of Mabel's favorite games. And oh, hey, Bigger Pig. Hey, Bigger Pig. Hello, Pig. Well, and actually, Sybil, here's actually something that's really interesting about Sparta in specific. Here's something I find really interesting about Sparta specifically, is that everything we know about Sparta has been handed down to us from, obviously, ancient Greek sources, but not from Spartan sources, right? The Spartans don't write. They don't do that. So it's all handed down to us by non-Spartans. And, it's all handed down to us via non-Spartans. And one of the people who hands down a lot of our knowledge of Sparta specifically is Xenophon, who is a character who I have pretty little respect for. I don't like the guy very much. Very few academics do. He's had a little bit of a recovery in the last couple of decades, but like he's pretty despised as a source and as a person. And Xenophon is, there we go, that's who I was looking for. Elephants have appeared. Spartans, hell yeah. Spartans, the record we have about the Spartans from Xenophon. Xenophon loves Sparta. Xenophon is making really strong pro-Sparta arguments in his histories. And why would he do this? The answer is actually pretty straightforward. He would do this because he wants to change Athenian society to be more like Spartan society. That's it. He wants Sparta to be more. He wants Athens to be more Spartan. And what would that entail? What would being more Spartan be like? A huge component of that is, well, not calcifiers, humidifiers. A huge component of that is less democracy. Xenophon is an aristocrat. He is openly pro-aristocracy. He thinks that. Oh, I don't need any more than that. Need a little bit more heat. Need a little bit more heat. Turning up the heat. Calcifier, I guess. Yeah, that's a good spot for a calcifier. But yeah, I actually was recommending that Mabel play this, which I don't know how much she'll like, but I'm hoping she likes at least like a little bit. All right, time to. I like this game a lot, to be honest. Again, this is mostly a like puzzle game more than it is anything else. There we go. Rains start. We've blessed the rains down in Africa. Time to chill out for a moment. So the I forgot where I was going with all of this. This is a good one for that. It is. I should note that I am playing on the highest difficulty because I am very confident about my capabilities at both puzzle solving and city building, and I've played this before off stream. This is the highest difficulty. So if you want a more difficult game, sorry. If you want a less difficult game, yeah, this is that's yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I am playing hard mode. Okay. So now let's take a look around here. So temperature is good. Temperature is ideal for the Savannah Cedar. Temperature is ideal for the Xeriophytum. Oh lol, I burned down all the toxin scrubbers. Whoops. Oh yeah. Again, I really like games like Opus Magnum, in no small part because like the whole kind of thing happening in Opus Magnum and games like it is Opus Magnum is not like it's one thing to beat Opus Magnum, it's another thing to beat it efficiently, and the game is all about trying to play around with that. Oh, interesting. I've made my life considerably harder. I may have fucked myself here. TIS 100 is crazy. That one's really tough as far as I'm concerned. That one is really tough. I might have to revisit this level because like I have just realized multiple ways that I have fucked myself incredibly badly. Like, I've just made my life, like, ruinously harder. Like, I don't know... I think I need to restart this level. I think I need to restart this level. Again, double loss. Double loss on the desert. I like this level a lot. I like this level a lot. I actually haven't gotten... I don't think I've even actually fired up TIS 100. I've played a fair amount of Shunjin IO, and I've not gotten very far in it. I'm very bad at it. I've gotten fairly far in Exapunks, which is the other one that's just assembly code. Okay. This is what I need to pay attention to. This shrubs and this shrubs are segregated from this. All of these shrubs are connected, but these two are not. That's what I need to keep track of. That is what I needed to keep track of. Okay. Okay, so first things first. This level rocks. Sorry, I just really like this one. Oryx on dunes? Hell yeah. And just keep on doing this until I'm running low on resources. And yeah, I mean, I think computers are cool. I think I'm friends with Clonk. Obviously, I think I have positive feelings about friend computer. And now we start racking it up like crazy. I am of the opinion that math is for everyone, but I am also of the opinion that you know, learn stuff you care about. And I kind of think like proof is in the pudding. If you lose motivation very quickly, it's not something you actually care about. I do think math is actually really cool, though. Like just full bore. I am a believer that like math is a cool thing to know, and like knowing math makes the world just a lot less scary. So I'm pretty positive on people learning more math. Calculus I found particularly liberating. And I can't speak to the way the British school system teaches things, but in these United States, the methods we use for teaching math are infuriatingly bad. Okay, even on the highest difficulty level, this level feels pretty smooth. Was pretty subpar, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Quadratic formula is actually pretty easy. I don't mean to like be denigrating for anybody who had difficulty with it, but it is fundamentally one formula that you can apply pretty nakedly. You would be surprised by how far you can get with it pretty quickly. Sorry, Hakuya. Sorry. God damn. I wonder if I can, like, get to the 70% without doing any wasteland reclamation. That'd be nice. I don't think I'm going to, though. Okay, I do need to do some wasteland reclamation. Boo. Boo. Wasteland reclamation. It is pretty funny to me how much less I care about trying to use these. I don't like the cone scrubbers. I just don't like them. Sorry, cone heads. But you are not my favorite child. How it was. The main thing about quadratic, yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? And it's, I can't speak to what your education was like, but I think that the way that we teach education in the United States is absolutely freaking criminal. Math is, everybody has the same actual capacity for doing math. Math is not about talent, math is about patience. Everybody will get the same answer. I feel very strongly about this because I've worked with some people who have a lot of educational difficulties and a lot of educational challenges, and I got them to calculus. It just take of the time and take of the patience. But in the United States, we don't use math as a system of things that you learn. We use it as a system of discriminating between more and less deserving students. Okay, this is the trick. This is the thing I gotta do. I gotta burn this, but not this, if I have understood this correctly. If I have understood this correctly. I can light this on fire and the fire will not spread. The fire will spread up and down here. Yeah, an elaborate and pretty Sudoku. Yeah, this is, like I said, this is not like Shunjin.io or TIS 800 or something like that, as far as puzzle games go. No, I mean I mean to truly know. I mean to truly know in math. Like, I worked with actual mathematicians. Like, this is... Okay, I think I have... Okay, I think I can do this now. So I'm at 19% humidity, and I need to get up to 16 degrees Celsius. This might be a challenge, but I don't actually have... that many moves left to do. I need to get up to 16C. Can I get a 6 swing here? No. Okay. Okay, let's do some stuff that doesn't require take a look here. Let's take, does that give me anything positive? No, it literally loses me. Literally a loss. Hello, Nakoa. Well, it's not even about that. It's about, like, you know, we've... Like, do we want to teach it? Like, when do we really want to teach things? We take time. We take the time. We are willing to take the time to teach people things. Let's think about this for a second here. I don't want a Savannah Cedar. I might... This might actually be good. Yeah, 73 is not bad. Oh, dang it! Dang it. Okay. Now it's all got more complicated. Dehumidifier. No, hold on. I want dehumidifier. No, I want... Yeah. Not that much dehumidification. little bit over there. And I have done this right. There we go. Anthills and scrubland. Anthills and scrubland. Okay. Okay, anthills in scrubland. We have anthills in scrubland. We are in a lot of trouble on the entire run, but we have anthills in scrubland. I repeat, we have anthills in scrubland. Okay. Okay, now we can do... We can get a little bit crazier. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So this doesn't do diddly. What does it do? Alluvial islands. So do a 0. 0's fine, and that'll give me 15 back for being ideal. Oh, just +5. Boo. Yeah, and I'm not a fan. I think I'm pretty firmly negative on that. Okay, I can't afford to do that. Definitely don't want to do that. Definitely don't want to do that. Definitely don't want to do that. I think all I can really do is gamble. I think that's all I've got left to do is to gamble. And just see what happens. Just see what happens here. Ah, boo! I messed that up. I messed that up. I messed that up. I messed that up. Okay, never mind. I've got to do it this way. Dang it. Dang it. If I deployed it here, I would have been able to burn up both of those simultaneously, and then I'd be in much better shape. I wish I knew why sometimes the fire goes onto... Oh, it's because I was right up against the river bat. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. I don't even know that would be slower, in general, right? It's... I don't know. I am not as... I tend to assume best intentions, but I'm not assuming best intentions here. I am sick of assuming best intentions. I tire of these best intentions. There we go. Fog is what I needed. I tire of these best intentions. So... And then... Okay. I got him up to 220. Savannah Cedar, perfect. Okay, good. Good amount of Savannah. Interesting. Why did this all regenerate? And... Your books arrived. Excellent. Yes, no. Well, I mean, it's worth understanding arithmetic. I just kind of think it's a matter of, like, do we want to do it? If we want to do it, then that means spending a lot more... That means, one, teaching kids to count at a younger age. That means teaching kids to count at a younger age. That means spending more time teaching those kids how to count. And the ideal gets me up to plus 15. Yay. And where can I put a combustor still? We're actually pretty far on savanna, but cacti we're super low on. And alluvial vegetation, we're doing okay on alluvials. Savannah cedar, that gets us up to savannah cedars. And there we go, that's a good one. Oh gee, alluvial vegetation is a pain in the neck. Huge wastes. There we go, and I think I gotta... Let's think about this. Hello. Yeah, use minor number. I mean, it's... Nekoe is kind of hitting it, and it's like... Math is so iterative that it's worth teaching people how to, like, count, right? To how to count on their fingers. And that, I'm going off of, like, what I've learned from mathematicians. Like, that is actually a limiting factor in how much the entire education system can teach math. And I think that's pretty crazy. I'm going to be real with you. I think that that's pretty crazy and pretty interesting. We're so far away from rains. Oh, right, I don't want rains. I don't want rains. I need to remember I don't want rains. I don't want rains. Because it's this thing I am limited on. This is the thing I'm limited on. It's the cacti building. And... Oh, this is a pain. This is such a pain. Such a pain in the neck. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out. It's still relatively bad. I'm like really locked in right now on this puzzle. Okay. Let's try there and then no. New animal species has appeared. Excellent. Good for them. Negative 48. It's pretty unappealing. This part of the puzzle's a real bastard. Sorry, like this is all feeling all fun and games up until now, and now it feels like a real tight bastard. Okay, I want to keep it below 70. So this will be 65, and it will get me back 40. That's nothing. That's not worth it. That's not worth it. The spike fair. Yeah, yeah. It's so over. I'm sorry, son, I'll be honest. I am sorry that you do not have the tumble dryer. Truthfully, I actually did most of my drying inside my apartment. Damn. Damn. Damn it. Damn it, 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 damn it. Where is another solar array? I used a drying rack. I just kept a drying rack inside my apartment. I just keep a drying rack inside my apartment. Brooklyn is way too, like, wet to use outside drying. And also people would just steal it anyway. It's so people don't do that. Yeah, I would just keep things on the indoor drying rack for like a couple of days. Me. I'm going to get a headache. We got crocodiles. Okay. Okay. Let's try. See what happens if I do this, followed by... Nope, not worth it. And then let's try combusting over here. Even less worth it. Even less worth it. Horrible. Horrible. Horrible situation. I might have lost this for a third time in a row. In which case I'm probably just going to call it, because this is incredibly frustrating. This felt like it was so smooth, and now it's just impossible. It was going the first stage is really easy, but this is like the first map where the second stage is considerably harder than the second stage, or than the first stage. Yeah, I finally meet a worthy terraforming opponent. This game I usually find pretty easy, but this is kicking my butt. All right, I am going to mass snooze us because I've been playing for 8 hours. I've been streaming for 8 hours. That is a good amount of time to sneeze for. To snooze for? Wow. Okay, that's a clear sign that yeah, full-time terraformer. I really like games like this. I actually really like these types of city builders. Here is the schedule. Tomorrow we are watching. Tomorrow we are watching. I am bad. I'm not as good at Against the Storm as I would like to think I am. Prestige 8 really is above me. I think like Prestige 7 is my best. But let me send the Discord link. Because I don't know why my Discord bot is why my bot is broken. There is my Discord if you would like to join. Tomorrow we are watching 500 Days of Summer and Days of Being Wild. I have not watched 500 Days of Summer. Days of Being Wild I've also not watched, but at least Days of Being Wild I know is the part of a series that includes oh my god. Well, almost fell over. That includes In the Mood for Love, which is just one of the best movies ever made. In the Mood for Love is insane. We're going to watch In the Mood for Love next week, but this coming week, tomorrow, that is to say, we're watching Days of Being Wild. And then Thursday, we are doing another hand cam hangout. It is probably going to be miniatures painting. Do folks have a raid target? Because it is crazy late. It is crazy late for me. And all of the people I know are offline. Let me see who's online. Let me take a look around here. Oh, Ozzy's online. Never mind. Ozzy's online. I am following enough people that there's always a ton of people online when I'm around. Let's go with Baka Mitai. Let's go with Baka Mitai. Let's go with Baka. So raid at Baka Mitai AU. And that is who we are raiding. Streamer bot, stop trying to update to the bad version. Stop trying to kill yourself. If you are not following me, if you are not subbed, use that. If you are subbed, use that. Laugh at the bot for its inabilities. And I will see you all later. I love you very much. Have a good night.